The Republic by Plato. We surely have enough problems of our own to bemuse us, some of which concern the survival of our species. Why worry about obsolete issues raised by a man dead for over 2,000 years? This is a legitimate question, and the answer is that real problems do not go away but, like beauty, merely change their appearance. Science and technology have made great progress since Plato's day, but the central concerns of art and philosophy remain much the same. Plato was both an artist and a philosopher, and in spite of his outspoken hostility to poetry, he wrote poems, some of which have survived. 1. An elegy on the death of his friend Dion ends like this: "Here in your broad-meadowed homeland you lie, honored by townsmen, oh, you that maddened my soul with desire, Dion." These lines, written by a man in his 70s, show that Plato was an emotional being and not just a detached intellectual wrapped up in navel-gazing and otherworldly speculation. And their poignant beauty still touches us. Beauty doesn't really change, she just changes her dress. So also with the central issues of philosophy, they are still matters of life and death. Only their outward appearance has 1314 preface and background to the Republic changed. The main question of the Republic, what is justice, strikes us as odd. It is not one that we would be likely to ask, at least in this form. But when we penetrate the question's disguise and see that it means, how should a person live to be happy, we perk up our ears. This could have something to do with us. As we read on, other grey, bewhiskered questions shuffle out and huddle around the first: what is the purpose of life? Is it pleasure, wisdom, happiness, or what? What is the good life? What form of government will allow us to live the good life and achieve its true purpose? Is there life after death? What does our answer to the last question mean for the way we live? These are questions that people still ask, though perhaps not in Plato's words. Plato's answers to them deserve our attention, not only because he is a powerful, original thinker who may have thought of things that might escape us. Even his manner of expression, which strikes us as odd because of his remoteness from us in time and circumstance, can be valuable if it encourages us to view our problems in a different light. In reading Plato, we come to recognize that though circumstances vary, human nature does not, and that his problems are really our own, seen from a different perspective. There is an old maxim in science: or when you get stuck in a problem, try to look at it from a different point of view. The same technique can be useful in philosophy, in questions of life and death. One could not find a better introduction to these than Plato's Republic. Plato is not only a great philosopher, he is also a brilliant prose stylist. Mill nicely sums up the two sides of his genius: Plato's dialogues. Other still unrivaled types of the dialectic process, and afford an example, once in all literature, of the union between an eminent genius for philosophy and the most consummate skill and feeling of the artist. Edinburgh Review, April 1866, p. 332. Plato is master not of one, but of many different styles, from the elevated to the strikingly simple, from the pompously inflated to the colloquial, and he often juxtaposes them for incongruous or ironic effect. He also loves to parody the styles of other writers, philosophers, orators, and especially playwrights and poets. Irony, subtle as well as conspicuous, pervades his work. In the Republic, 392c, 398b, for example, he makes preface and background to the Republic 15. Socrates banned from the ideal state literature of the type of Plato's own dialogues, including the Republic, as being morally subversive. Plato is as fond of absurdity as he is of relentless logic. He enjoys metaphors, jingles, and puns, and he delights in the music of language. It will be obvious that no translation can match the style of such an original. Nevertheless, I have often strained for effects in English similar to those of the Greek, in the hope that behind these awkward attempts the reader may sense an author of great power, brilliance, and beauty. The translation of Greek terms into English is notoriously difficult. Words like justice, temperance, excellence, and wisdom are inadequate to express the meaning of their Greek counterparts. For want of better alternatives, however, I have retained most of the traditional Platonic vocabulary. Significant departures are indicated in the footnotes. One about to read the Republic for the first time may be curious about the historical and cultural situation in which its author lived. Plato was born into a time of political, moral, and intellectual upheaval. The Peloponnesian War, 431 to 404 BC, had been raging for 3 years and was to drag on for another 24 before ending in Sparta's defeat of Athens. Almost all of Greece was embroiled in this civil war, which pitted city against city and divided cities and even families into bloodthirsty factions of oligarchs, pro-Spartans, and Democrats, pro-Athenians. The political stage was awash with the blood of civil slaughter and poisoned with party strife, which drove its victims to place party loyalty above public safety and vengeance above self-preservation. Old governments file overnight by treachery or force. Disgruntled partisans of one side or the other betrayed their cities to the enemy and handed their fellow citizens over to be murdered and enslaved. Thucydides, an eyewitness, describes the poisoned atmosphere in chilling terms. If a man plotted and succeeded, he was considered intelligent. If he suspected a plot, he was more clever still. But the man who planned ahead in order to have no need of plots or suspicion was considered disloyal to his party. It went so far that it was more important to avenge an injury than to avoid being injured in the first place. Thus every kind of wickedness arose in Greece because of civil war. History of the Peloponnesian War, 3.82-83. The civil strife that rent the rest of Greece did not break out in Athens until late in the war. Despite two plagues that swept the city shortly before Plato's birth, one of which killed Pericles in 429 BC, and despite frequent reversals and heavy losses on the battlefield, life went on much as usual. Throughout most of the war, Athens kept the political and cultural supremacy she had acquired under Pericles with the founding of an empire and with the production of such masterpieces as the tragedies of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, the statues of Phidias, and buildings like the Parthenon, works that moved Plutarch, 5 centuries later, to declare, each possessed even then an instant archaic beauty, yet remains to our day in the prime of freshness and youth. A kind of eternal newness blooms upon them, preserving an aspect untouched by time, as though these works were endowed with a perennially blossoming spirit and an ageless vitality. Life of Pericles, 13. These words describe Plato's dialogues as aptly as they do the works of the Periclean age. By the beginning of the war Aeschylus was dead, but Sophocles and Euripides were still to produce some of their finest tragedies, and Aristophanes had not yet written his first comedy. Philosophy flourished during the war as never before. Athens, long a center of intellectual activity, attracted learned men called sophists, who lectured and taught to admiring crowds. Socrates roamed the streets looking for truth. Young men argued and discussed philosophical questions in the gymnasiums and wrestling schools. This was the intellectual heyday of Athens, the period in which most of Plato's dialogues are set. But the end of the war brought a drastic change. Athens lost her naval empire and with it much of her optimism and verve. Political and social life fell into disarray and only gradually recovered. Sophocles and Euripides were dead, political comedy was no longer performed, and the arts entered a period of decadence. From preface and background to the Republic's 17-hour point of view, Athens' greatest period of philosophy was yet to come, with the founding of Plato's and later of Aristotle's school. Athens would remain the cultural and intellectual leader of the West for many centuries. But to Plato the fall of Athens and the death of Socrates a few years later must have signified the end of the age of giants. Such were the circumstances in which Plato grew up. He came from an old aristocratic family, rich, powerful, and respected, and his birth and upbringing marked him out for a career in politics. Perhaps the most momentous event in his life was meeting Socrates. This must have happened when Plato was quite young, because his older brothers Glaucon and Adimantus, who play important roles in the Republic, and his uncles Charmides and Critias were all companions of Socrates. From Socrates Plato picked up interests that remained with him for the rest of his life. Socrates wrote nothing, he carried on his relentless search for truth by cross-examining people. This method of question and answer, the famous Socratic dialectic, determined both Plato's philosophical approach and the form of his writings, which are all dialogues between a questioner, usually Socrates, and one or more respondents. Socrates discussed moral issues rather than questions of natural science, which had been the main preoccupation of earlier philosophers. He looked for universal definitions. He would ask a person to den some common word that applied to a large number of disparate things or to a wide range of dissimilar acts. To a question such as, "What is justice?" for instance, he was seeking not an example in the form of this or that just act, but the essence underlying all just acts, the universal justness, whose presence in any particular act makes it just and allows us to recognize it and so designate it. His respondents, confident of their ability to den the terms they used every day, naturally became annoyed when they ended up looking like fools under Socrates' interrogation. The unpopularity he won by de-hating the self-importance of important men was one of the things that eventually brought him to trial. Toward the end of the war, civil strife also broke out within the walls of Athens. As the tide of war turned against the Athenians, more and more of the city's people began to criticize the democratic government, which had made a sex reference, preface and background to the Republic, res of bad mistakes, had often acted arbitrarily, and had sometimes degenerated into mob rule. This dissatisfaction enabled the oligarchy party to seize power in 411 BC, but the democracy was quickly restored. After their victory in 404 BC, however, the Spartans replaced the Athenian democracy with a pro-Spartan regime of 30 rulers, called the 30 Tyrants. Two of the 30, Critias and Charmides, were Plato's relatives, and Plato had high hopes that they would put an end to the ineptitude of the discredited democracy and establish a just government founded on reason and order. His hopes were drowned in blood. The 30 liquidated 1,500 leading citizens, among them Polemarchus, who appears in Book 1 of the Republic, drove another 5,000 into exile, and confiscated their property. This regime, says Plato, letter Y, sacked, made the former one look like gold. It did not last long. In the following year, 403 BC, the exiles returned, overthrew the junta of 30, and restored the democracy. Plato's uncles were executed. The restored democracy put an end to bloodshed and recrimination, and even critics of democracy, like Plato, praised its moderation. Yet 4 years later this government tried and executed Socrates, who had defied the 30 and whom Plato calls the justest man then living, letter 7, 324e. These events had a shattering effect on the young Plato. He resolved to give up his plans for a political career and devote himself to philosophy. But he never ceased thinking about political problems. The events of his youth made a deep impression on him. The strife that had torn Greece convinced him that civil war was the greatest evil for a state and unanimity the greatest good. The greed and violence of the 30 filled him with hatred for tyranny, while the unjust, arbitrary acts of the Athenian democracy, especially the execution of Socrates, confirmed his distrust of democracy. He came to the conclusion that all existing states are governed badly and their laws are almost incurable without incredible resources and some luck. Letter 7, 326a. All his life he worried about the problem of good government. His solution, that either philosophers must become kings or kings philosophers, is one of the theories presented in the Republic, for 73c, ff. Preface and background to the Republic. 19. He even tried to put BIS theory into practice. At 40 he visited Syracuse and met Dion, then about 20. The two formed a passionate, lifelong attachment, immortalized in the poems cited above. Plato introduced Dion to his philosophy, and Dion introduced Plato to his father-in-law Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. Both learned quickly. Dion was attracted by the force and beauty of Plato's ideas. Plato was repelled by the viciousness and intrigue of Dionysius's court. Plato sailed home, but after the death of Dionysius some 20 years later, Dion and others urged him to return. The new ruler, Dionysius too, was young, teachable, interested in philosophy, and a king, the perfect candidate for philosophical kingship. Plato reluctantly went, but his attempt to educate Dionysius was a fiasco. Plato blamed the failure on Dionysius, but the truth was that political realities had refused to conform to philosophical schemes. Plato was induced to return and try again a few years later, with equally disastrous results. He went home in defeat. Shortly thereafter Dion took Syracuse by force. Bloodshed and confusion ensued, and Dion was assassinated. Thus ended the attempts to put a philosopher king on the throne of Syracuse. These events occurred many years after the time of the Peloponnesian War, to which we must now return. Concurrent with the war, Greece had undergone a revolution in its moral and intellectual life. Central to this process were the sophists, traveling professional teachers, who began to arrive in Athens around the middle of the 5th century BC. They taught natural science and the new disciplines of logic and rhetoric. These studies caught on quickly at Athens. Their effect was to undermine belief in the traditional religious and moral values that had formed the basis of society. Natural science seemed to dispense with the gods, and logic seemed to reveal that truth was unattainable or even non-existent. Rhetoric was an important subject in a democracy like Athens, where political power depended on one's ability to speak persuasively in the assembly. But if truth is unknowable and if the gods do not exist or care about men, then the object of rhetoric is obviously not truth but persuasion, and telling lies is neither shameful nor immoral, provided you don't get caught. XX Preface and background to the Republic. By the end of the war, therefore, Athens, or at least a large part of her population, had developed an attitude that was both skeptical and relativistic in religion, morals, and thought. Natural laws, not the gods, govern the universe and society. Traditional moral standards, once considered absolute, were no longer seen as guides to right conduct, since they clearly had not been handed down by the gods but invented by men. It followed that laws and customs based on these standards are merely human inventions and so bound to be fallible, since a number of men are no more exempt from error than one. Society can hardly claim, therefore, that it knows what is right for the individual better than the individual himself. Once the rules of religion and society have lost their validity, right conduct, justice, becomes a matter of individual choice. But no two individuals choose the same way. Who is to decide between them? I may, for example, believe it right to murder my father to inherit his estate. If so, no one can persuade me that I am wrong, because I can always argue that it is right for me. Some external, universally recognized standard is needed to judge the act. Without it, right conduct for me consists in killing my father without getting caught. Plato fought all his life against this vicious relativism, which infected not only ethics, but logic, science, politics, and religion. In his search for universal standards, Plato continued and extended Socrates' search for universal definitions, and he did it by much the same method, dialectic. As a result of his studies, he discovered the forms, which provide absolute standards not only for ethics and logic, but for all areas of human life. To learn more about the forms, the reader is referred to the introduction, and to the text of the Republic. The page and section references printed in the margins of the text are those of the Stephanus edition, which are used universally for citing passages from Plato. The division of the Republic into 10 books is due not to Plato but to his early editors and probably to the length of the papyrus rolls, books, on which the dialogues were written. The books have become traditional, even though the divisions are sometimes not very logical. I should like to express my sincere thanks to those who preface and background to the Republics. I read this work in manuscript and made many helpful suggestions. First, to my wife Lucy, who struggled through each draft, then to Robert Spaeth of St. John's College in Annapolis, and Tojan Tavis and Donald Matsen of St. John's University in Collegeville, Minnesota, and finally to the readers of AHM Publishing Corporation. I would also like to thank Eva Brand for her fine introduction. Raymond Larson Introduction. The Republic is a dialogue, that is to say, conversation. Since it is a conversation recorded between the covers of a book, we cannot help but begin by reading it, but I think the author wants us as soon as possible to join it, to be converted from passive perusal to active participation, to be drawn in among the other silent interlocutors. As it happens, in a number of Platonic dialogues there are people present who say nothing or next to nothing out loud. In the Republic we are told of 4, 328b. In fact, one of these, Cleitophon, who makes only a brief intrusion into the conversation here, is to be thought of as having a few things to say on his own about the topic at hand, which is justice. For there exists a brief but brisk dialogue between him and Socrates, a companion piece to the Republic which, if it is not by Plato, is at least by someone versed in the spirit of Platonic dialogues. The reader is, I think, invited to be present just as these people are, and with them to smile or snicker at witticisms and inside jokes, to groan in outrage at trick arguments, to nod approval at satisfying formulations, to recall contradictory passages of conversation, to appreciate the return of a theme and, in sum, to check and fill out the recorded conversation with an unwritten inner accompaniment, to be always just on the brink of breaking in. Indeed, the vocal characters themselves make it clear that they are by no means Socrates' unwitting stooges, but wary and critical participants. For example, at one point Adimantus somewhat pugnaciously breaks in, "Socrates, no one could dispute what you say, your listeners are in the same position as always." They think that because of their inexperience at question and answer the argument leads them astray a little bit. 23 At a time UNDL finally, when all the bits are collected, they find themselves lost in apparent contradiction to what they said at the start. 487b. A rebuke to which Socrates yields quite gracefully. Perhaps nothing in or about the Platonic dialogues is more worth dwelling on than their dialogue form, especially in the Republic, which itself contains a discussion of its own literary type. In Book 2, 392 DFF, Socrates divides all myth-telling and poetry into two styles. One is the narrative style, in which a poet candidly and on his own account retells an event. The other is the imitative style, in which he speaks as a dramatist with the voice of another and conceals his own authorship. The former style is honest, the latter deceptive. It is to this latter style that the Republic itself appears to belong. See Book 3, Note 15, since Plato is entirely hidden behind this imitation of a conversation between Socrates and others. This distinction between narration and drama may not appear so very interesting until one becomes concerned with the truth-telling and thought-provoking powers of the written word, the word which has been abandoned by its speaker. For then it appears that narrative, from myth to treatise, is indeed an undisguised attempt by an author to talk at a reader, an attempt which leaves that reader the defense of well-directed resistance or bored disengagement, while drama and dialogue draw him helplessly into a fictive world of vivid but spuriously attributed speech. Now Plato will not talk at us, that is, write clear and convincing treatises, because he considers that knowledge cannot be simply conveyed into the soul by words, 518c, nor will he involve us in one of those exciting dramas which provide nothing but an artificially heightened appearance. The ingenious solution is the dialogue written, like the Republic, in the first person. For that form does retain some of the immediacy of drama, and yet at least one of the authors of the dialogue, namely Socrates, is very much present and responsible as the teller of the tale. Such a dialogue form overcomes the dangers of poetry while preserving its power to move the soul. And given a chance, that is what the reading of a Socratic dialogue will do. Given a chance, there is the trouble. For through centuries the very assumption that readers needed to be introduced to these dialogues has well and truly obstructed access to them. Most works of advanced learning begin so abruptly, in a place and on a plane where we are not, that we need to be prepared for and led into them. Not so with a conversation guided by Socrates, which is carefully devised to begin where any human being already is and to go on by such steps as everyone can follow. Dialogues are themselves nothing if not patient preparations for what they themselves best reveal. Therefore anyone who undertakes, as I am about to do, to write yet another introduction should do so with some embarrassment and many warnings. One convincing way to issue such warnings is to enumerate and illustrate some of the sins against the text an introducer will perforce commit. Part 1 on backgrounds. At the first service we have come to expect from an introduction is to be provided with a background to the work, an intellectual, historical, politico-socio-economic, or biographical frame within which it will first become intelligible. Raymond Larson gives us a background statement, cp. 15, but he would be the first to caution us on the use of background frames of reference in interpreting the text. One such frame is Plato's and Socrates' Greek origin, which presumably makes them Greek thinkers. There is, of course, a much larger origin whose impact is, however, so controversial that it is usually dismissed. These men happen to belong to the human race, a circumstance which may override the fact of their birth in an alien time and place. Now as to the illumination supposedly provided by this Greek background, let us set aside a small quandary, namely that, what the Greeks thought, is not least of all culled from the Platonic writings themselves. There still remains a question: is it possible for a writer to be so deep, so original in the strong sense, that he can be defined neither from, nor even against, his social setting? It is a question to be especially asked about a waiter who gives this description of the way in which a philosopher might be received by his society upon his return from the realms of thought. They'd say he came back from above with ruined eyes. And if they could get their hands on the man who was trying to release them and lead them upward, wouldn't they kill him? 517a. The very fate, of course, of Plato's older friend Socrates. Hence an introduction to a work in terms of the intellectual history of the time is apt to amount to an implicit denial of its originality. But Surely a sketch of the historical or political setting is needed to make a text accessible. Athens is at this time still a democracy. The scene of the dialogue is the port of Athens, the Piraeus, a proletarian stronghold of democratic feeling, at the house of a merchant whose family will later be destroyed by the Democratic Party. A hilariously repellent description of democratic modes and morals, uncannily reminiscent of conservative accounts of the turmoils of our 60s, is put by the aristocrat Plato into the mouth of the craftsman Socrates, 562 CFF, who has already foretold his own execution, also by a later democratic regime. Hence students are usually introduced to the Republic as a deeply anti-democratic book. But let me add a bit of text. Socrates has just been satirizing democracy, and, you know, it's just the place to go shopping for a regime. How come? Because it's permissive and has every kind, so that anyone who wants to construct a city, as we just did, or to shop in a democracy as in a regime bazaar. 557d. I have italicized the telling phrase. It seems to me to indicate that the book is far from being uncompromisingly anti-democratic, for within it attention is being drawn to the fact that a dialogue concerning ideal cities is best carried on, and is indeed being carried on, in a democracy. In this point many introductions prejudice our reading of a text whose judgment on our favored political form is justly complex, by making too coarse an application of historical circumstance. So also with economic conditions, the fact that the privileged Plato, a slave owner to boot, conceives through Socrates a communitarian society so radical as to leave modern communism, scientific or utopian, looking quite pale should warn the reader to use the author's local situation most cautiously in interpreting his work. For where real thinking is going on, external facts determine at most the point of departure of the inquiry. Mere circumstance is precisely what thought penetrates and goes beyond. Similarly inessential may be authors' biographies. Those facts that do have some significance, like Socrates' trial and condemnation for corrupting the youth of Athens, are usually written right into the text. One circumstance, which lends the Republic a certain special pathos, is not mentioned, namely the fact that Socrates' young interlocutors, Glaucon and Adimantus, are Plato's brothers. Neither of them achieved any distinction in later life, and that too turns out to have a certain significance, as we shall see. For the rest, a list of the chief dates in Plato's life is supplied us here by the translator, P. Sylvae. Of special interest is the fact of Plato's middle trip to Sicily, subsequent to the composition of the Republic, see especially Mr. Larson's discussion, p. 19. He had gone rather reluctantly, yielding to the demand that he should have the courage to try and practice his alternative plan for the realization of the best regime, that kings and regents become genuine philosophers. Long before the composition of the Republic, its first and preferred plan, namely that philosophers might themselves be accepted as kings, had been demonstratively dashed by the execution of Socrates. Now the philosophical education of the Sicilian tyrant Dionysius had proved to be a failure as well. We may cautiously conclude that before, during, and after the writing of the Republic, which he kept revising until his death, Plato knew that its central proposal was impractical. This understanding too can, as we will see, help to cast a certain light on the intention of the work. The list also contains a rough ordering of Plato's works. Such chronologies are a scholarly preoccupation intended to determine the development of a writer's thought by establishing the date of his writings, but that sometimes serve the reverse cause. Such a list, however, can be useful in inviting comparison, for instance, of Plato's last work, The Laws, with the Republic. The Greek title of the Republic is polita, which literally means political regime or constitution, and signifies a conception of thought, while the Laws naturally contains a multitude of practically applicable laws. The latter dialogue explicitly refers to itself in comparison with the Republic as a second sailing, that is to say, a second best or even least worst way. Both the speaker Socrates and the very word philosophy are missing from the Laws, which takes place during a long day's walk under the Cretan sun, just as the Republic goes on well through the night at a house in the port of Athens. The differences between the two dialogues is, crudely, that between theory and practice. Retelling Plato a second standard introductory effort is to convey some appreciation of the context and style of a work, and perhaps to lighten the labor of study by telling what is in it. It is an almost irresistible, though rather graceless, exercise to pull out from a text certain favorite frisky ideas and to hold them up to view by the scruff of the neck. For example, I have already mentioned that notorious notion, proposed by Socrates as his most rousingly disreputable idea near the center of the dialogue, which is that, until either philosophers become kings, or those now called kings and regents become genuine philosophers, so that political power and philosophy coincide, there will be no end to evils. 473 CD. The limited legitimacy in citing this and its equally unheard-of complement, that only those can be trusted to govern who have an ardent desire not to do so, 520d, lies in displaying them as examples of the characteristic cast of all such Socratic paradoxes. They strike one at first hearing as pretty bizarre, after some assimilation as fairly obvious, and in the long development as very deep. For example, in the case at hand, it seems at first absurd to draft rulers when there are so many eager volunteers. On reflection, reluctance to rule seems an increasingly attractive qualification, and finally we begin to appreciate the depth of a conception of human excellence which sees it as incompatible with a desire for political power. A duller, yet more dangerously distorting, exercise is to retell what Plato said in straighter and more easily appreciable terms, perhaps introducing each recounting with some such phrase as, Plato believed that. For as it happens one of the most fundamental, no, the most fundamental, distinction of the dialogue, on which its central development rests, is that between mere belief, opinion, is an equivalent Socratic term, and knowledge. Opinion is that sort of half-thought, the predictable reflection of a mentality, that is to say, a set of habitual mental reactions, which is often expressed through the prefatory phrase, I feel that. Knowledge, however, is the deeply grounded, fully conscious result of long thought. Hence the presentation of a Platonic proposition as a belief is simply a prejudgment against it. A thinker in Socrates' sense does not have a mentality. Again, introductions often point readers toward the felicities of style and diction of a work. But any reader who has gotten a quarter of an hour into Raymond Larson's truly and faithfully colloquial translation will have seen for himself that here indeed is a lively text, full of linguistic byplay and mimicry, from dreadful puns to sudden spoofing modulations into experts' jargon, which can on occasions rise through great elegance of expression to solemn grandeur. Much of the subtlety of the Greek is saved in the translation simply because Mr. Larson has employed a method oddly rare among translators. He puts into the most natural possible English no more and no less than is in the Greek, and preserves as much as possible the Greek order. That this order is of consequence is confirmed by an ancient anecdote, which is probably invented, but significantly invented. It is said that after Plato's death a tablet was found on which were written the opening words of the Republic, variously transposed. The version Plato published begins with Socrates' words, I went down. Surely a significant beginning for a work whose central event is the descent of the philosopher into the political community. Similarly, the final words, not always put in their proper place, are mentioned by Plato in his letters as having special significance for him. They mean at once, we shall bid adieu, we shall fare well, we shall do well, we shall do right. An introduction may also draw the reader's attention to the peculiar depths of Platonic diction and the consequent difficulties in choosing the right word to render characteristic, Socratic, terms. Indeed, it is almost quicker to learn Greek than to familiarize oneself with the objections attending each choice. The choices incorporated in the present translation seem to me felicitous and in one case justifiably bold. For example, a central Socratic term is arete. It is traditionally and defensibly translated as a virtue, a word which, however, having lost its original sense of manliness, and retained an outmoded connotation of chastity, has a prissy ring to present-day ears. The Greek word has been supposed to share a root with Ars, the name of the Greek god of war, signifying power and vigor and preeminence, a sphere of meaning well caught by the word excellent, which Mr. Larson has used. Another case is the frequent Socratic phrase exemplified by the beautiful itself, which is sometimes rendered as absolute beauty. This latter version again has a repellent sound to modern ears. We are scared off by any reference to the absolute, and it is, in addition, a gratuitous elaboration of Socrates' simpler wording, which Mr. Larson preserves. But the greatest Socratic term is extos, plural id, and its equivalent idea. The most common translation is form for the English word idea, as Mr. Larson points out, no longer anything to do with the Platonic theory of ideas. Not that such a theory is to be found within the dialogues. The word eidos, I hope to show, is not a systematic term. Idea, to us, means a mental object, something our mind contains or grasps or peels off from reality, a dim image or a concept or an abstraction. The id, in contrast, are emphatically not abstractions. Although they are intelligible, that is to say, present to the intellect, they are not in our mind. Nor are they meant to be thin or insubstantial. Indeed, it is their very character to be substantial, to be this stable, self-subsistent plenitude is precisely what Socrates calls being. Mr. Larson has chosen to break with convention and to render at least one of these scintillatingly paradoxical Socratic words, namely idea, as shape, a word with a more visual connotation than form. So also the literal meaning of eidos, a little too odd for adoption, is looks, namely that which presents itself to sight. Sight, the eidos of a thing, is what we see of it, its aspect for us. See Book 5, Note 13. For example, a boy can be said to be beautiful in eidos, that is, in face or looks. Derivatively, the word comes to mean kind or das. The exact Latin equivalent of eidos is species. The explanation of this meaning is that in order for any perception to be classifiable and assignable to its kind, it has to have a recognizable shape, an identifiable look. It is because everything around us wears its own aspect that we recognize what it looks like, as when we say, "That looks like a boy," or "That looks like a good thing." Now Socrates' term is a witty misnomer for what he means, because the first thing to be said of a Socratic shape is that it is invisible. It is a hypothesis, a supposition, not, as I have said, a well-defined term in a systematic theory, but an assumption pursued, in public at least, with serious playfulness and relaxed persistency, an assumption to which and from which all roads of inquiry lead. And yet, once again, to say that the shapes are suppositions is not in the least to say that they are mere mental constructs. It is precisely because they are behind and beyond all our thinking and truth-telling, because they are the beings that collectively constitute being, that they are not amenable to argumentative proof, but only to serious conjecture and thoughtful conviction. The reason why Socrates finds such suppositions to be necessary to intelligible speech, and thus to his life, is this: in his every effort to discern the truth and to delve into the nature of things, an effort called philosophy, without which human life is an elusive dream. He comes on infinitely various appearances, which are, as has been pointed out, surprisingly amenable to being gathered into classes by the looks they present. Such collection is named by one word. For example, all deeds of a certain kind are called just. Over and over Socrates feels compelled to suppose that behind this inconsistent writer of deeds called just there must stand one pure and potent being, the justice. This eidos gives the appearances their common shape, without itself calling forth to the sight of the eye, because it truly is what they only appear to be. Socrates calls this eidos, and every other eidos similarly, justice itself, because it is that which shines through the appearances as what is alone truly named and truly known. A preparatory simile, suggesting how these beings can be the source of a world of appearances which reveals and yet screens them, is set out in the center of the dialogue, at the end of Book 6 and the beginning of Book 7. Incidentally, there is no place for the term reality, which literally means thinghood, in Socrates' view of the world, the shapes of being, but by no means the hard tangibility attributed to things perceived here and now. Neither are the appearances possessed of anything like solidity, being only a dry sparkle for the senses. Socrates, then, makes the supposition of the shapes as sources of the visible, unaudible and tangible world mainly because they are what we know and speak of in the world of appearances. Whenever we inquire, rather than merely sound off, what our words reach is not the shifting sensual sight but the stable invisible looks, beyond what we see is what we know. The Socratic shapes are therefore the condition which makes possible the distinction between opinion which is talk caught in mere appearances, and knowledge in which speech has reached beings. Or, to say the same thing another way, the central activity of the Republic, philosophy, whose literal meaning is love of wisdom, would not be possible without the presupposition that there are indeed objects to which a faithful and longing search can lead. For to love wisdom means, at least for Socrates, precisely to desire to see through the illusory and confusing sights of sense to the firmly knowable invisible shapes, the icarat, which are what they are truly and purely. On interpreting, and finally there is the introducer's most precious, and most pernicious, prerogative, which is to offer an interpretation of the work. The interpretation of the work of another's thought is always a curious business, for it is unavoidably an effort of exposure. Some interpretations merely explain, that is, lay out flat the bare bones hidden under the fancy flesh of the presentation. Others aim to expose deliberately or unconsciously concealed motives. For example, it has been claimed that what is behind the Republic, obscured by sham rational verbiage, is Plato's hatred of egalitarianism, conditioned by his suffering under the political instability of the Athens in which he grew up. The implied prejudgments of the former sort of interpretation are that the manner of presentation is a mere embellishment on substance and can be expertly peeled away, and of the latter, that all authors are cunningly self-deceived or deceiving. Another kind of interpretation looks for a meaning which is implicit in the text and is intended to be discovered there, but not without some attention and labor. For after all, beyond appearing as a lively and open-ended conversation for the reader to join, the dialogue is also a discussion carefully guided by Socrates and yet further, a work artfully composed and perfected by Plato. But that suggests that the conversation may be contained within a revealing structure and marked by significant turns and pregnant omissions, all designed as invitations to speculative interpretation. At certain crucial points, Socrates is even quite willing to be explicit about the deliberate exclusion of those very teachings for which the dialogue is a preparation. For example, both a full-scale inquiry into the parts of the soul and a direct discussion of the good are withheld. 504b, 506e. The latter especially belongs among the so-called unwritten doctrines of Plato's school, unwritten because in the words of the seventh of his letters, this knowledge is not something that can be put into words. Anyone who has read a given Platonic dialogue fairly often is apt to be in possession of this kind of interpretation, and it surpasses ordinary powers of self-restraint to refrain from offering it, even to a beginning student. And yet that is a pedagogically naughty enterprise, and I can only hope that the first-time reader will stop looking at the introduction at this point and come back to part 2 later. Not that plenty of interpretation has not already been committed, but the reader should decline to be persuaded into an opinion before being in a position to test its plausibility, and should refuse to be drawn under the textual surface before having seen the text. The reader, in short, should avoid being presented with a meaning except by Plato himself. Pari to the central dialogue, the philosopher's city. The observation of structures and patterns usually yields a eye to the author's intention. The Republic indeed has a rather large and obvious architecture, a symmetry which suggests too much to be a pattern for pattern's sake. Let me set it out roughly by books. 1 and lo, the rewards of justice, 2 to 5 and 8 to 9, the construction and corruption of the best city, 2 and 10, the critique of poetry, 6 and 7, the philosopher's function and education. This arrangement may be imagined as a set of concentric circles with the themes lying on a diameter through them. The major themes are repeated going into the center and calling out, of course under a different light. For example, the critique of poetry in political communities in the second book is confined to its content, its misrepresentation of excellence and of the gods. However, in the 10th book, in the light of the preceding philosophical discussion, the critique becomes a radical condemnation of poetry as a kind of perverse absorption in images and a deliberate distancing from being. But what the concentric construction primarily affects is the clear definition of a dialogic center, namely books 6 and 7, in which are contained the heights and the depths of the dialogue. What is presented there is a way to be pursued. This is the literal meaning of the Greek word method, which as yet has no connotation of a mechanical procedure. It is an education which has scarcely any of the usual modern aims. It is intended neither to broaden or to sharpen the mind, nor to inform or indoctrinate it, and least of all to train people to be creative, or to develop their whole personality. Instead, it is meant to employ the appropriate parts of the soul to lead the young learner in accordance with the nature of things to a view of the whole. That is to say, it is an education intimately related to philosophy, even to a philosophy. In the center of the Western tradition's first book on political theory, then, politics is replaced by philosophy. This is an observation backed by an acute although not disinterested reader, Rousseau. He says in BIS Fictive Pedagogical Case History, Emile, which represents the individualistic modern replacement of Plato's work, to get a good idea of communal education read Plato's Republic. It is not a political treatise, as those who merely judge books by their titles think. It is the finest treatise on education ever written. Perhaps then it is better to say that Socrates transforms a political question into an educational one. To mark this transformation, the dominating desire of the dialogue, namely that justice should be proved to be compatible with and even conducive to happiness, is for the moment thrust aside. To those who guide and those who undergo such an education, the doing of justice is, on the whole, not a source of happiness but a simple sacrifice. For justice demands that they should leave the realm of being to act in the world of appearance, 516 CFF, and this is for them a mere harsh duty, a moral obligation without assured reward. Indeed, they must rather expect loss of bliss, submission to distraction, risk of contumely, and even danger of death. That is the judgment of Socrates, who himself went down among the populace. This transformation of politics into pedagogy is necessitated by what might be termed the founding paradox of the ideal city. For suppose such a city has been constructed in argument, how is it to be realized? It is under the pressure of this question from Glaucon that Socrates gives the absurd, or at least not very commonsensical, answer already cited: such a city can come about only if either philosophers become kings or kings philosophers. But for kings to become philosophers there must take place one of those wrenching conversions described in the cave image, 515 CFF, which has to be effected with the aid of someone who has, in turn, already somehow, perhaps by a miracle of birth, become a philosopher. Yet nothing within the dialogues or in Socrates and Plato's life supports the expectation that if such a philosopher were to occur, he could bring about such a conversion. If, on the other hand, philosophers are to be kings, the following circle of conditions must somehow be broken through. The likely candidates would have to grow up in a city which can give them a truly philosophical education, such as will keep them from becoming like those smart, injurious intellectuals now rightly rejected by the people. It would, further, have to be a city already so constituted as to be willing to accept philosophical rule, or there would scarcely be much incentive for educating them to it. In sum, the future philosophers must already be born into Socrates' ideal city. But that city can come about only if some true philosophers happen to be born into some existing city, happen to come to power there, and happen thus to be in a position to send all the adults into the wilds and to seize command of their children's education. 540 DFF. The comic counsel of despair with which Socrates closes the discussion of the philosophical curriculum. The resolution of this paradox is given in the passage which seems to reveal most directly the inner intention of the Republic. When the argument, now past the center, reverts to the original task of proving justice advantageous, Glaucon and Socrates have their last exchange concerning the philosopher city. You mean the city we've been founding in words? I don't think it exists on earth. But perhaps it is laid up as a model in heaven for anyone to look at who wishes to found himself. It makes no difference whether it exists or ever will exist here. He'll practice the politics only of it and of no other. 592b. I have italicized Mr. Larson's faithful rendering of Socrates' oddly abrupt phrase, to found himself. It reveals in direct words that the point of the Republic is not a political but a personal founding, a self-constituting, which is accomplished both in and by the dialogue. Socrates resolves, or rather, bypasses, the founder's paradox by founding, through conversation, right here and now an educational community whose members are all the present and future participants in the dialogue. The very development of this community, in speech, that is, the course of the argument itself, educates his interlocutors, indeed. In speech and indeed, is a common Greek opposition which Socrates himself employs in this context. 473a. The establishment of this dialogic community and the conversion and reformation of its philosopher citizens is itself the Socratic accomplishment, not the preparation of future philosopher kings, as the choice of the obscure Glaucon as chief interlocutor signifies. The course of education which Socrates sets out for the sake of our education has what we no longer expect of such a course, an end. It is intended to effect not so much an advance into a subject matter as an ascent to this end, which is called with stupefying grandeur, the shape of the good, or simply, the good. 580. It is not some one good thing, nor a moral imperative or rule of right conduct, nor an excellence or a substance, nor, indeed, a being at all. Rather it is beyond the other shapes, beyond being, it is their governing source. In other contexts, we know, its name was the One. Here it is referred to as the source of the whole, 511b, which might even possibly be rendered as the source which is the whole, or, again, as the ruling principle of everything. The Greek word for source, rule, principle, even government, is arch. As I have mentioned, Socrates refuses to explicate the good directly because it is not to be attained and conveyed in speech, but he does provide a likeness, the sun simile, 506e. The good is like the sun in two ways. It gives being and substance to the realm of invisible shapes, as the sun gives growth and sustenance to the whole visible world, and it gives intelligibility and articulation to the different beings within being, as the sun gives illumination and distinctness to the appearances within the world. The good is beyond being, because it is not yet another being in addition to the shapes, but rather the wholeness and oneness itself of all being. The divided limb under the presidency of the good, then, there arises a cosmos of substance and shadows, of being and appearance, which Socrates sets out by means of a geometric diagram, The divided line, 509 dff. The proportion segments of this line represent the realms which arise as being is successively reflected. First it casts its rational shadows, the objects of mathematics. These are in turn imaged in the bodies of the natural world, and these, again, throw off surface reflections. See Book 6, Note Low for the actual diagram. Corresponding and appended to these four realms are four appropriate powers of the soul. Now, if there is any mode of thinking which might be called characteristic of the dialogue, it is this mode of correspondences or correlations. To the parts of the soul correspond the chief passions and their controlling excellences, 435 cff. To different human types correspond different political regimes, 544e. And to different powers of the knowing part of the soul correspond different objects of knowledge. In most cases, Socrates begins the correlation with what is closest to us, with ourselves and our powers. Then we clearly agree that opinion is different from knowledge. And being different powers, each naturally pertains to a different thing. Knowledge pertains to what is, to know how it is, whereas opinion, we say, conjectures. 478a, my italics. This central section, however, is an exception, for there he is giving a preview, albeit an abbreviated and inadequate one, of the ascending realms of being, and therefore he presents the objects as primary over the powers by which they are known. Reversing Socrates' order, in the following interpretative setting out of these powers and their objects, I begin with those represented by the highest and presumably largest segment of the line. Their intellection or thought, noesis, moves, rising and falling among the things of thought, the beings or shapes, by and through which it approaches and departs from the good. This motion is called dialectic, which here does not have the usual meaning of dialogic discussion, argument, or refutation, but is the specific activity of the intellect among the shapes, the highest kind of thought. In the Republic, Socrates is reluctant to say much about it. The next segment below stands for thinking or understanding, dipnoia. It is a more restless, technical, and incomplete activity which works through pure images, such as mathematical shapes. Its business is the making of assumptions or hypotheses, such as are the axioms and objects of mathematics. In fact, the words with which we name the shapes of being without quite knowing them, words like justice, for instance, are also hypotheses of the understanding. These are the very assumptions dialectic turns into knowledge. The movement of mathematical understanding is characteristically deductive, downward, as in Euclid's geometric proofs. It reaches conclusions, but it does not ascend beyond its own suppositions. These two upper parts together represent the realm of knowledge, episteme. Opinion, doxa, is represented by the two lower lengths, which are cut in the same ratio as the upper two, both subsections reflecting the overall ratio, that between knowledge and opinion. The third segment down stands for trust, pistis. It is the way we have of dealing with all the apparently solid things in the world around us. By and large we take them for granted, believe in them and trust them to behave predictably. The sun will rise, the ground will support us. It can be proved that as this line is divided, the two middle segments are of equal length, which shows that the realm of mathematics and its phenomenal reflection, the realm of nature, are coextensive, that is to say, of equal standing in the scale of being. In another dialogue, the Timaeus, which is a sequel to some occasion when Socrates retold his conversation on city building, some friends, to reciprocate, invite him to a feast of cosmos construction. Among other things, they show him, in a most modern vein, that the physical world is literally constructed out of mathematics, which is to say that the two realms are more than coextensive, they are identical. Finally, at the bottom, is the shortest segment standing for the most peculiarly Socratic power, the most dubious and the most necessary, the lowest and the first. It is the power whose name Ikasia is often, not very plausibly, translated as conjecture. Actually, Socrates has appropriated a rare word and used it in its literal sense, which is imagizing. It can be rendered as imagination, or as, in the present translation, imaging. It is the wonderful power of dealing with an image, icon, as an image, the power of recognizing likenesses. To recognize a likeness as a likeness is the first of philosophical feats, for it involves seeing that something, an image, has the look of something eyes, the original, which it is not, thus it is the first step in distinguishing appearance from being. Socrates signals the pervasive nature of this power when he performs the mathematical operation of alternation, by which he transforms the proportion, intellection is to understanding as trust is to imaging to, intellection is to trust as understanding to imaging, which means that understanding, the power of doing mathematics, is immediately related to image recognition. 534a. This relation will be very plausible to anyone who has ever drawn a misshapen ovoid on a blackboard and said, "Let this be circle C," meaning, recognize this as an image of a true, physically unachievable circle. That imaging should be the pervasive power is not surprising where the ascent of learning depends on recognizing the objects of each lower realm as shadow images cast by a higher. In fact, an overwhelming interest in the nature of images and their seeming, in what makes it possible that a shape should at once be and not be that which it is, runs through a number of dialogues. Understandably so, for the image which is not what it seems to be is a kind of prime exemplar of that realm between being and non-being, 477 ff. That shifting shadow world of mutability, variousness, and seeming, which Plato sometimes calls becoming, that is, our world of appearances. Within the Republic, this interest shows itself in a way that must always have scandalized readers, namely in the thorough censoring of the products of the imagination. They are called music, that is to say, the poetry, song, painting, and other works of the Muses, which, together with physical training, form the pre-philosophical upbringing of children in the ideal city. His attacks on the poets as irresponsible image-mongers stem from the fact that, unlike us, Socrates is dead serious about the potency of poetry, since he sees it as a seductively charming corrupter of the primary power of philosophical assent, which is precisely the power of image recognition. The cave image in Book 7. Socrates turns to the human cost and effort of this ascent. He begins, cleverly, with an invitation to use this very power of image recognition. We are to recognize our world as a cave. A schematic representation of this worldly underworld is given in Note I. He describes the wrenching, disorienting conversion undergone by the unchained prisoners when they are first forced to turn around to look at the opinion-making and image manipulating that goes on behind their backs. This first turnabout enables them to recognize as mere images of images the shadow plays performed for them on the screen at the bottom of the cave before which they have been sitting enchained all their early lives. The contemporary application to television is comically obvious. Then they are dragged and hauled, still unwilling, up into the blinding light of the sun, the very sun of the sun simile. Just when they have begun to rejoice in this bright upper world, they must force themselves to descend again and to undertake the dangerous task of enlightening their fellow citizens in turn. The philosopher's education then follows a detailed account of a curriculum which is the realization of that upward haul, the winch to lift the soul from becoming to being. 521d. It picks up where the training in gymnastics and music, which corresponds to the lower two parts of the divided line, those representing nature and images, had left off, putting habituation and training behind in favor of thinking and true education. It is the first detailed systematic exposition of the traditional liberal arts, particularly of those four skills of mathematics and physics called the quadrivium in medieval times. The mathematical method here is not a technical but a philosophical preparation, a road leading not to application but to reflection. That is precisely what makes it liberal. The first and fundamental subject is non-dimensional mathematics, that is, arithmetic, the study of collections of units, whose importance lies not in reckoning but in its function as a logical preparation for the approach to the one, that is, the good. Thereafter the studies advance dimensionally through plane and solid geometry up to harmony, the study of solids in rational motion, pure physics, as we would say. The crowning study, not to be undertaken until maturity, is dialectic, the thoughtful motion of the intellect among the shapes. 532 ff, aided by internal and external dialogue, that is, by reflection and conversation, and culminating in a view of the whole, namely the shape of the good. Now what is most remarkable in this curriculum ostensibly meant for philosopher-statesmen is that it excludes completely all political theory and all science of government. I have already argued that this education is in fact meant more for philosophers than for statesmen. But it turns out that from the point of view of the curriculum that hardly matters. For were these philosophers destined actually to govern, they would do so not through law and a science of government. The constitutional and administrative features of the philosopher's city are minimal, but in the light of the whole, by a contingently applied wisdom. That is the reason why the one is in this dialogue named the good, because from its contemplation flows the possibility of action which is not rule-ridden but truly adjusted to each case. Only because it is not a mere neutral oneness which encompasses and unifies the world, but the good. Can the world be the scene of unifying, fitting, effective, human, personal action? 517c, in short, of justice. The outer dialogue. The degenerate cities, the outer rings of the dialogue, are concerned with the building up and the breakdown of the just city, but, in speech, as Socrates repeatedly says, that is, for the sake of argument. In fact, on the way into the center of the dialogue, a whole series of cities, the Greek word is polis, which is best rendered as political community, is described, each embodying justice with more complexity than the preceding one. Fast the center their degeneration, as the citizens lose their moral tone, is pursued through similar stages. First the philosopher's knowledge falls, then the soldiers lose their spirit, then the traders become intemperate, and finally the craftsmen throw off their justice. Each of these stages is a commonly recognized real regime. It is to be noted that in the real cities individual character precedes and determines the political conditions, but in the ideal cities the reverse is the case. A chart may be useful: ideal city philosopher, city guardian, city warrior, city trader, city craftsman, city real regime, aristocracy, rule of the best, timocracy, rule of the honorable, oligarchy, rule of the wealthy few, democracy, rule of the people, tyranny. I leave it to the reader to determine whether there is not evidence enough to distinguish the five left-hand cities not as mere stages in the genesis of the philosopher city, but as essentially different polities. For the rest, I have already argued that the highest and happiest city is actually a dialogic community including Socrates, Glaucon, and the reader, a league of learning which, though not a merely private affair, is yet antecedent to a full-fledged political foundation. The lowest and worst and the most miserable regime, tyranny, however, is indeed truly private, for the tyrant is defined by the fact that he exploits the whole city as his private means for servicing his boundless desires. So both of these cities, the best and the worst, really not true political communities. It is the guardian city which has, as an apparently realizable political ideal, given most scandal and even brought on Plato the charge of totalitarianism. This is the city in which the older warriors of the warrior city are separated off to become the guardians, 414b, of a new, radically communistic city, in which there is no private property. Wives and children are held in common so that the family is abolished. Men and women are equally trained for war, and a rigid caste system resting on the testing of human types is enforced. Let me at least suggest certain mitigating factors. First, the city is not totalitarian but unitarian, for it is not so much under total control as completely unified. That, at least, is Aristotle's criticism, who thinks that such unity is contrary to nature. Second, the ruling group itself lives under the harsh communal discipline, in contrast to totalitarian regimes, while the members of the lower das are, as far as one can tell, allowed families, property, and all the ordinary pleasures and private latitudes. Justice in Socrates' city, but the argument which supersedes all others is the circumstance, so often repeated by Socrates, that this is a city only built for the sake of argument. It is quite literally a utopia, a Greek word coined by Thomas More, meaning no place. It is, after all, only a device Socrates has introduced for the sake of answering the main question, what is justice? That device is a projection of justice on the largest possible screen, the political community, so that its nature may be easier to discern. 368 DFF. It should be noted that this projection becomes possible only by reason of another such principle of correspondence as was mentioned above. Each excellence is located analogously in the city and in the soul. In their preliminary arguments about justice in Book 1, the participants had assumed, rather as a matter of course, that justice is a matter of relations among people, a matter of external conduct. But even then Socrates had already pointed out that if it is indeed an excellence, and if excellences are powers and functions of the soul, justice might rather have to be primarily a matter of internal soundness. 353 DFF. Now, of course, it is impossible to construct a constitution which will display justice unless a hypothesis about its nature is built in from the beginning. This supposition about justice will, not surprisingly, be rediscovered at the end of the exercise as the sought-for feature of the construction. Socrates' presupposition is precisely that justice is not a condition like the fair distribution of goods or equal treatment under the law, but an excellence concerned with self-relation. The definition of this justice, as it emerges in Socrates' City, seems at first disappointingly drab and uninspiring. It is quite literally, to do one's own thing, 433b, not of course in the current sense of expressing and pleasing oneself, but in the sense of having a competence and not overstepping its limits. It is a definition made more immediately plausible by the fact that the Greek word for a vicious type is a panurge, or do-all. In its political application, this definition means that a just city is, first, an aristocracy, that is to say a government of those best fitted and most competent to govern, and second, a thoroughly articulated community in which no one is allowed or, indeed, even wishes, to step out of his properly assigned place. In such a city justice does belong to the whole community, but it is above all the peculiar excellence of that majority whose part it is to do their own specialized work, work which is vital in its place, but limited in scope. Socrates' justice belongs specifically to the people. In respect to the individual, this definition of justice means that that soul is just, each of whose parts performs its function well and submits to the direction of the part which is best and most fit for rule, the reasonable part. Hence a just soul is a potent yet controlled soul, happy in the vigor of its parts and the clarity of their relations, a well-disposed soul, whose just external relations are a mere reflection of its inner order. What gives aptness and force to justice as doing one's own business is that so understood it becomes the excellence of excellences in a world under the rule of the good. For that the good rules can only mean that in its light each being is both good in itself and good as a part of the whole. But that is precisely what justice accomplishes in our working world, which is a reflection of the realm of being. To be just according to Socrates is to be both good on one's own and good for others. The final myth in the middle books of the Republic. Socrates uses projections, similes, diagrams, and images to lift the discussion, as it were, above itself in the introductory first book. However, only the notorious Socratic dialectic appears, dialectic, that is, in the usual understanding, a winding argument, full of quibbles, quandaries, and refutations. By contrast, the last book concludes with a very grand myth. In every great Platonic dialogue, the logical argument is complemented by a mythical tableau. A Platonic myth is always a cosmic image which encompasses the world of heaven and the world of hell, the realm where the soul sees true being and the realm where it meets retribution, the world above and the world below, between which lies our earthly place. It provides that vision of the whole which no argument can convey. The strange and suggestive visual ambiguities of this word image of the invisible shape of the whole are pointed out by Mr. Larson in the appendix. In the myth of A we are shown the cosmos as a setting for the judgment of former and the choice of future lives. The myth is meant to foster the conviction that the process of living has behind it a controlling shape, the pattern of our life taken as a whole, which we ourselves have already chosen, expressing in that choice the disposition of our soul. But the moment for another choice, the myth implies, cannot fail to come, and the best preparation for doing well then is to engage seriously in the inquiry concerning justice now. Eva T. Brand principal dates. The order of dialogues is uncertain and the list is not exhaustive, for 28 BC. Birth of Plato at Athens. 4th year of Peloponnesian War, between Athens and Sparta, Aristophanes' comedy Clouds performed, parody of Socrates, end of Peloponnesian War. Athens surrenders to Sparta. Reign of the 30 tyrants, among them Plato's relatives Critias and Charmides. Polemarchus, who appears in Book 1 of the Republic, murdered by the 30, overthrow of the 30 and restoration of the Athenian democracy. Socrates' trial and execution for impiety and corrupting the youth, 70 years old, 399 to 387. Early dialogues, Apology, Euthyphro, Crito, Lax, Charmides, Ion, Lysis, Protagoras, Gorgias. Plato's first trip to Syracuse, in Sicily, friendship with Dion, son-in-law and brother-in-law of Dionysius I, tyrant of Syracuse. Foundation of Plato's Academy at Athens. Xlvi principal dates 386 to 367. Middle dialogues, Meno, Cratylme, Euthydemus, Phaedo, Symposium, Menexenus, Republic, Phaedrus, Parmenides, Theaetetus. Birth of Aristotle at Stagirus, in Macedonia. Plato's second trip to Syracuse, attempt to educate Dionysius II into a philosopher king. Aristotle joins the Academy at age 17. 366 to 361. Sophist, statesman. Plato's third trip to Syracuse, 360 to 347. Late dialogues, Philebus, Timaeus, Critias, Laws. Dion captures Syracuse amid violence and bloodshed. Birth of Alexander the Great in Pella, Macedonia. Dion assassinated. Plato's seventh letter. Death of Plato at Athens. Book 1. Socrates, I went down to the Piraeus yesterday with Glau, 327 Ristan's son, to pray to the goddess and see how they'd manage her festival, which was being held for the first time. I thought our local procession was beautiful, though it seemed no nicer than the Thracians' procession. When we had prayed and watched the processions, we started back to town. Polemarchus, son of Cephalus, spotted us hurrying home and ordered his slave to run up and tell us to wait for him. The boy pulled at my cloak from behind. Polemarchus tells you to wait, he said. I turned around and asked where the master was. There, he said, right behind you. Just wait. We will, said Glaucon. A little while later Polemarchus came up with Glaucon's sea-brother Adimantus, Niceratus, son of Nicias, and some others who must have come from the procession. Polemarchus said, "You seem in a rush to get back to town, Socrates." "Not a bad guess," I replied. "Do you see how many of us there are? How can I help it?" "Well," he said, "either overpower us or stay here. Isn't there another alternative?" I asked. "We could persuade you to let us go." "Can you persuade someone who won't listen?" "Hardly," Glaucon replied. "Well," said Polemarchus, "you can be sure that we won't." "Say," said Adimantus, "did you know there's going to 328 be a torch race on horses for the goddess this evening?" The Piraeus is the main port of Athens, about 5 miles southwest of the city. The goddess is probably Bendis, whose festival was introduced into Athens from Thrace in 411 BC. The characters of the Republic are all historical. Glaucon and Adimantus were older brothers of Plato. Cephalus, in whose home the discussion takes place, was the father of Polemarchus, Euthydemus, and Lysias the orator. Thrasymachus was a well-known sophist and orator. "On horses," I said. "That's something new." "You mean a relay race on horses, handing off torches?" "Exactly," said Polemarchus. "They are having an all-night carnival too, which should be something to see. We're going out after supper to watch. There'll be lots of young men there to talk to, so stay with us and don't try anything disturbing." "It looks like we'll have to," said Glaucon. "If you think so," I said, "then that's what we'll do." So we went home with Polemarchus and found his brothers, Lysias and Euthydemus. Thrasymachus of Chalcedon was there, Charmantides from Paeania, and Cleitophon, son of Aristonomus. Polemarchus's father Cephalus was also at home. I hadn't seen him for a long time and he seemed very old. He was sitting in a chair on a pillow and wearing a wreath because he'd just come in from making a sacrifice in the courtyard. There was a circle of chairs in the room, so we went in and sat down. As soon as he saw me, Cephalus greeted me and said, you really ought to come down to the Piraeus and see us more often, Socrates. If I still had the strength to walk up to town, you wouldn't have to bother because we'd come and see you. As it is, you'll have to visit us more often. You know I love a good talk. In fact, my desire for conversation increases as my bodily pleasures decline. So please don't say no. You can get together with these young fellows and still visit us. Think of us as friends and almost a part of your family. Of course, Cephalus, I said. I enjoy talking with older people anyway. They've gone before us down a path that we too may have to walk. I think we should try to find out from them what it's like, rocky and difficult or easy and smooth. I'd especially like to hear from you, Cephalus, since you're now on what the poets call the threshold of death. What's your report? Is it a hard time of life or what? 329. Well, I'll give you my opinion, Socrates. A few of us old fellows get together now and then, like regular birds of a feather. Most of us sit and cry about the good old days, yearning for the pleasures of youth and reminiscing about the joys of sex and parties and drinking and all that. They fret as though they'd been deprived of something important, saying that then they lived well and now they are not even living. Some complain that their families abuse them, and make that an excuse to bewail old age, as though age were the cause of all of their miseries. Now it seems to me that these people put the blame in the wrong place, Socrates. If age were the cause, it would have the same effect on me and everyone eyes who's old. But I've met old people who aren't like that. Once I was with the poet Sophocles when someone asked, "How's your sex life, Sophocles? Are you still able to enjoy a woman?" "Hush," said Sophocles. "The greatest happiness of my life was escaping from that cruel and raging tyrant." That seemed like a good reply then, and now it seems even better. Old age frees you from that sort of thing and gives you peace, and when your desires relax and stop driving you, it's exactly as Sophocles said, release from bondage to a pack of raging tyrants. So, Socrates, the cause of a person's attitude toward these desires is also the cause of his family's attitude toward him, not age, but a man's character. If he's orderly and cheerful, old age will be tolerable. If he's not, Socrates, even youth will be a burden to him. I was delighted to hear him speak like that and wanted to hear more. So to stir him up I said, "Cephalus, I'll bet most people won't accept what you say. They probably think old age is easy for you because of your money and not your character. The rich have many consolations, they say." You're right, Socrates, they won't. There's some truth in what they say, too, but not as much as they think. Themistocles put it well when a man from Seriphus was insulting him 330 and accused him of not being honored for himself but for his city. I wouldn't be famous if I were from Seriphus, nor you if from Athens. The same for a man who's not and finds old age difficult. Age isn't easy for a good man if he's poor, nor will a bad man ever be cheerful with himself even if he's Cephalus, I said, did you inherit most of your money or make it yourself? What did I make? He said. Well, Socrates, making the money I come somewhere between my grandfather and my father. My grandfather, whom I was named after, inherited. Themistocles was a famous Athenian statesman during the Persian War. Seriphus was an insignificant little island. A fortune about the size of mine and increased it many times over. My father Lysanias made it smaller than it is now. And will be satisfied if I leave my sons here as much as I inherited, or a little bit more. The reason I asked, I said, is that you don't seem overly fond of money. And that's usually true of people who haven't made it themselves. Salef made men love it twice as much as others. They're like poets fond of their own poems or fathers fond of their children. They take money seriously not only because it's useful, as everyone does, but also because it's their own creation. So they generally make tiresome company because all they can do is rave about money. That's true, Socrates, indeed, I said. But tell me, Cephalus, what do you think is the greatest good you've enjoyed from being One that I don't think many people would believe. But, Socrates, it's a fact that when a man faces the thought that he will die, fear comes upon him and he starts thinking about things that never occurred to him before. The old tales he used to laugh at, about Hades and how a man must suffer for any injustice he's committed here, now begin to torment his soul with the fear that they might be true. And so, whether because of the infirmity of age or perhaps because he's closer to the other world and sees it more clearly, he's filled with apprehension and begins to reckon up his life to see if he's done anyone any injustice. And the man who finds he has committed much injustice in his life often starts from sleep in terror, like a child, and lives with evil forebodings. But the man who knows he has committed no injustice always has sweet hope as his nurse, as Pindar says. He puts it so gracefully, Socrates, when he says that a man who has lived a just and a holy life has a sweet, heart-tendering nurse assisting his tottering age, hope, who chiefly directs our mortal, faltering purpose. First mention of justice, injustice, the central question of the Republic. The quotation from Pindar below is from a lost poem. That puts it astonishingly well. And it shows what I think is the greatest value of wealth, not for every man, perhaps, but for one who is decent and orderly. It is a great help in avoiding even unintentional cheating and lying, and it keeps him from having to leave life in the fear of owing debts to men or sacrifices to the gods. Of course, money has many other uses, but taking them all in all, Socrates, FD say for a sensible man this is its most useful purpose. Beautifully put, Cephalus, I said. But speaking of JustInTime, do you really think it's as simple as telling the truth and returning what you receive, or are both these acts sometimes just and sometimes unjust? Look at it this way. If you received a weapon from a friend in his right mind and he asked for it back when he was insane, no one would say you ought to return it. A just man wouldn't do that, or tell him the whole truth either. You're right, he said. So telling the truth and returning what you receive isn't the definition of justice. If we're supposed to believe Simonides *, it is, Polemarchus interjected. Well, Cephalus said, leave the discussion to you. Ye got to go and take care of the sacrifice. You mean I inherit all that's yours? Asked Polemarchus. Cephalus laughed. Of course, he said, and went out to the sacrifice. As heir to the argument, I said, what do you think Simonides correctly says about justice, Polemarchus? That it's just to give each his due. That seems well said to me. It isn't easy to disbelieve the wise and godlike Simonides, I said. Undoubtedly you know what he means, Polemarchus, but I don't. He's obviously not referring to the example we just used, that you ought to return something to someone not in his right mind. Yet the thing held in trust 332 is somehow his due, isn't it? Yes. But it shouldn't be returned if he's not in his right mind. A lyric and elegiac poet who died about the time Socrates was born, ca. 470 BC. No? Then Simonides must have something eyes in mind when he calls it just to give each his due. Of course he does, by Zeus. By due he means you owe it to your friends to do them good rather than evil. I see, you don't return money due to a friend if doing so would harm either of you. Is that what you think Simonides means? Yes. But you do return what's due to an enemy. Of course you do, he said, what's due to him. And what's due, I think, is something appropriate to an enemy, something bad. Simonides seems to speak like a poet, I said, in sea riddles. He apparently intends to say that justice consists in giving each man what's appropriate to him, but he calls it his due. Well, why not? By Zeus, Polemarchus, what do you think Simonides would say if we asked him, what due and appropriate thing does the craft called medicine give, and to what? Obviously that it gives food, drink, and drugs to the body. And cooking, flavor to food. Then what due and appropriate thing does the craft called justice give, and to what? If we have to follow your examples, Socrates, then it must give help and harm to friends and enemies. So he means justice is helping your friends and harming your enemies. Footnote: the traditional view of Greek justice. I think so. who can best help his friends and harm his enemies in regard to health and illness when they are sick. A doctor, and in regard to dangers at sea when they are sailing. A captain. What about a just man? In what activity and in what regard is he the best man to help his friends and harm his enemies? I'd say in fighting against them and in being an ally. All right, Polemarchus. But a doctor is useless when people aren't sick, true. And a captain when people aren't sailing. Yes. Therefore a just man is useless when people aren't fighting. I don't think so, Socrates. Justice is useful even in peacetime. Yes, it is. 333. So is farming, isn't it? Yes. Because it provides us with food. Yes. And shoemaking, because it provides us with shoes. Of course. Well, what need? Would you say justice provides for to make it useful in peacetime? For contracts, Socrates. By contracts do you mean partnerships, or what? Exactly, partnerships. Who would make a better partner for playing checkers, be a just man or a skilled player? A skilled player. What about laying bricks, Polemarchus? Would the just man be a more useful building partner than a bricklayer? No? Well then, in what kind of partnership would a just man be better than a bricklayer or a lyre player? The way the lyre player would be a better music partner than the just man. In one involving money, I think. Not for using it, FLL bet. If you had to buy or seal a horse, one think a trainer would be more useful, if a ship, a shipbuilder see or a captain. Isn't that right? It seems so. Then for what joint use of money is the just man the most useful partner? For depositing it and keeping it safe, Socrates. You mean when you're not using it, but letting it lie idle? Yes, so justice is useful for money when money is useless. It looks like it. And justice is jointly and individually useful for storing a pruning knife, but to use it you need viniculture, and it's useful for storing a shield or a lyre, but to use them you need military science and music. Is that right? It seems to follow. Generally speaking then, justice is useless when things are in use, useful when they are not. I guess so. Justice can't be very serious, my friend, if it's only useful for useless things. But examine this, isn't the fighter who's the most skillful at throwing a punch also the best at guarding against one? Of course. And a doctor who can guard against a disease is also the 334 best at secretly causing it, just as the best man for guarding an army is the one who can steal a march on the enemy and also his plans. Certainly. So a good guard of something is also a good thief of it. So it seems. Then if a just man is good at guarding money, he's also good at stealing it. According to the argument, at least. Therefore, it seems, the just man is exposed as a kind of thief. You must have learned that from Homer, Polemarchus. B. He admires Odysseus's grandfather Autolycus, for excelling all men in thievery and bearing false witness. According to you and Simonides and Homer, then, justice seems to be a kind of stealing, done, to be sure, to help friends and harm enemies. Is that what you meant? No, by Zeus, he said. I don't know any more what I meant. But this much still seems right to me. Justice is helping your friends and harming your enemies. See, by friends do you mean men who seem honest or men who are honest even if they don't seem so, and the opposite for enemies. Odyssey 19. 395–96. The Republic. G. You'd expect a man to love people he thinks honest and hate those who seem bad. But don't people often make mistakes and think men honest when they are not, and vice versa? Yes, they do. So for them good men are enemies and bad men are friends. Yes. And justice for them means helping bad men and harming good ones. D. Apparently. Surely good men are just and do no wrong. True. According to your argument then, it's just to injure men who do no wrong. Never, Socrates. The argument must be wrong. Maybe it's just to harm the unjust and help the just. That sounds better. Then for the many bad judges of character, Polemarchus, it turns out to be just to harm friends, who are bad, and to help enemies, who are good. So we'll say justice is the exact opposite of what we said Simonides said. It surely does turn out that way, he said. But let's back up. Real bet our definition of friend and enemy was false. Which definition was that? When we said a friend is one who seems good. How would you put it now, Polemarchus? A friend is one who not only seems good, but is good. One who seems good but isn't is only a seeming friend. And 335 so for an enemy. By this definition, it seems, a good man is a friend and a bad one is an enemy. Yes. And you want to add that to our earlier definition and say justice is helping a friend if he's good and harming an enemy if he's bad. Is that correct? Yes. I think that's very well said, Socrates. B. Polemarchus, I said, does a just man ever harm anyone? Certainly, he said. He ought to harm bad enemies. If you harm a horse, do you make him better or worse? Lo, Book 1, worse. By impairing his excellent character as a dog. No, as a horse. But if you harm a dog, you impair his excellence as a dog. Necessarily, see, then shouldn't we say that if you harm a man, you impair his human excellence? Of course. Is justice a human excellence, Polemarchus? That's necessary too. So when you harm someone, you necessarily multi him less just. It seems so. Can musicians use music to make people unmusical, or trainers use horsemanship to make them poor riders? Impossible. But the just can use justice to make people unjust and, in a word, the good can use excellence to make people bad. Is that correct? No, that's impossible too. I don't think cooling is a function of heat, but of the opposite. Yes. And wetting isn't a function of dryness, but of the opposite. Of course. Then harming isn't a function of the good, but of the opposite. So it seems. Is a just man good? Of course. Then, Polemarchus, harming someone, a friend or anyone eyes, isn't a function of the just man, but of his opposite, the unjust man. That seems perfectly true to me, Socrates. Arete, excellence, or virtue, is the quality that makes anything distinctively that which it is, or allows it to function as it should, especially that which makes a man a man. It consists of several parts: justice, courage, wisdom, temperance, etc., which themselves are called excellences. The Republic too. So if someone says justice is giving each man his due, and he by due means help to friends and harm to enemies, is not a very wise man. Because it isn't true. We've proved that it's never just to harm anyone. I agree, he said. And if anyone deigns that Simonides or Bias or Pittacus or any other of the wise and blessed dead said that, we'll make common cause and ssght him tooth and nail. I'll be your partner in that fight, Socrates. Do you know who I think is really the author of the saying 336 that it's just to help friends and harm enemies? Who? I think it was Periander or Perdiccas or Xerxes or Ismenias of Thebes or some other man who thought he had great power. You're absolutely right, he said. Well, I said, we've shown that this isn't justice either. Does someone else have another suggestion? Several times during our discussion Thrasymachus had been about to jump in, but the others had prevented him because they wanted to hear how it would end. But now, during the pause after my last words, he held his peace no longer. He bunched himself up like an animal and pounced on us as if to tear us apart. Polemarchus and I shrank back in terror. Thrasymachus roared into the group, Socrates, what kind of asinine foolishness is this? Why do you scrape and bow to each other like a couple of imbeciles? If you really want to know what justice is, don't ask questions to show off and make your answerer look like an ass. You know it's easier to ask than to answer. So answer, what do you say justice is? And make it clear and precise, none of this nonsense about benefit, profit, gain, duty, or advantage. I won't tolerate those barren vapidities. His words staggered me and his looks filled me with terror. I think I'd have been speechless if I hadn't seen him before he saw me, degree, but I had glanced at him first when the Bias and Pittacus, both 6th century BC, were two of the 7 wise men of Greece. The first 3 were despots, Ismenias a traitor. Reference to an old superstition that if a wolf sees you first, you become speechless. The discussion began to annoy him, so I could reply in a trembling voice, don't be angry with us, Thrasymachus. If Polemarchus and I are making a mistake in our investigation, it isn't intentional. If we were searching for gold, we'd never let politeness and deference keep us from finding it. So don't think that when we're searching for justice, a thing far more precious than gold, we'd be so silly as to defer to each other and not look for it as hard as we can. We're looking, my friend, but I guess we're just not up to it. So we 337 really deserve pity rather than anger from clever fellows like you. He laughed sarcastically and said, "Oh, exquisite, the famous Socratic irony I warned these fellows about. I knew if someone asked you a question you'd act ignorant or do anything to get out of answering it. You're a wise one, Thrasymachus. If you asked someone how much 12 is and said, none of this nonsense about 2 times 6 or 3 times 4 or 4 times 3 or 6 times 2, I won't tolerate such foolishness. I think you know that no one could answer a question like that. So suppose he asked, how in the world do you want me to answer? Do I have to avoid the forbidden answers even if one of them is true? Shall I tell you a lie, or what? See, what would you say to that? As though that were a fair analogy. Well, it could be, I said. And even if it isn't but seemed so to him, don't you think he'd give what he thought was a truthful answer even if we tried to forbid it? Is that what you've got up your sleeve? Are you planning to give an answer that I disallowed? I wouldn't be surprised, I said, if I examined it and thought it was true. What punishment would you earn if I gave a different answer to the question of justice, better than those? Why, we'll earn the punishment that ignorance should suffer, learning from someone who knows. I guess that makes my earning learning. Very funny, he said. But you'll have to learn through suffering, by paying me a fine. Fine, I said. I'll pay you when I have some money. You have, said Glaucon. Go ahead, Thrasymachus, speak for money. We'll all contribute to cover Socrates' costs. Oh sure, he said, so he can give his usual act. He won't answer himself, but when someone does he takes what he says and refutes it. But Thrasymachus, I said, how can I give an answer when I don't even pretend to know it and when an eminent man has forbidden me to tell anything I think I might know? You really ought to respond, since you claim to know. So 338 humor me and don't begrudge teaching Glaucon and the rest. Glaucon and the others also urged him to speak. Now it was obvious that Thrasymachus thought he had a fine answer and was eager to tell it and be held in repute. But he pretended to be eager to win his point and have me respond. Finally, however, he gave in. Here you see Socrates' wisdom, he said. He refuses to teach but runs around learning from others and doesn't even pay thanks. It's true that I learn from others, one said, but you lie when you call me ungrateful. I pay what I can, but since I have no money all I can give is praise. As soon as you answer, you'll see how enthusiastically I praise someone when I think he speaks well, because I'm sure you'll speak very well. Here's my answer then. I say justice is nothing but the advantage of the stronger. Well, where's your praise? You're holding out on me. You'll get it as soon as I understand what you mean by advantage of the stronger, Thrasymachus. I suppose you don't mean that if Polydamas the boxer is stronger than us and it's to his body's advantage to eat beef, then it's also just an advantageous for weaklings like us to do the same. You're a rat, Socrates. You twist a statement so you can ruin it. No, I don't, Thrasymachus. Just explain more clearly what you mean. Well, even you must know that cities are governed either as tyrannies, democracies, or aristocracies. Of course, I said. And that the government in each has the power. Certainly. Well, each government frames laws for its own advantage, a democracy for democrats, a tyranny for tyrants, and tyranny and tyrant are used throughout in the Greek sense of dictatorship and dictator, so on. In so legislating, the rulers represent this, their own advantage, as justice for their subjects, and anyone who breaks their laws is punished as a lawbreaker and a criminal. Therefore I contend that justice is the same thing in every state, the advantage of the established ruling das. And since that presumably is the stronger das, anyone with a brain can calculate that justice is the same thing everywhere, the advantage of the stronger. Now I know what you mean, but I still have to see if it's true. I note that you too call justice an advantage, Thrasymachus, a word you had forbidden me, though, to be sure, you added, of the stronger. A trivial addition. It may be important, I said, I'm not sure. But I am sure we must examine its truth. I agree that justice is a kind of advantage, but whether of the stronger or not I don't know. We'll have to examine it. Examine it then. Oh, I will. Do you also say it's just to obey the rulers? Yes, see, are the rulers of any city infallible or can they make mistakes? Of course they make mistakes. So in attempting to frame laws they frame some properly, but others improperly. I imagine. And properly means to their own advantage, improperly to their disadvantage. Yes. But their subjects must do whatever they legislate, and that is justice. What according to your argument then, it's just to act not only to the stronger's advantage, but also the opposite, to his disadvantage. What are you saying? The same thing as you, I believe. But let's examine this more closely. Didn't you agree that in prescribing what their subjects must do the rulers sometimes mistake their own best interests, and that it's just for the rule to do whatever their rulers prescribe? I think I did. Then you'd also better think you agreed that it's just to act to the disadvantage of the stronger. When rulers inadvertently enjoin their subjects to do something evil to them, and if it's just to do whatever the rulers prescribe, then, wise Thrasymachus, justice necessarily turns out to be the opposite of your definition. By Zeus, so it does, Polemarchus said. It's as plain as 340 day, oh sure, Cleitophon rejoined, on your testimony. What need is there of testimony? Asked Polemarchus. Thrasymachus himself admits that rulers sometimes prescribe evil to themselves, and that it's just to do whatever they say. Thrasymachus said justice consists in obeying the dictates of the rulers, Polemarchus. But he also called it the advantage of the stronger, Cleitophon. Then he admitted that the stronger sometimes command the weaker, their subjects, to do something disadvantageous to them. From this it follows that justice is as much the disadvantage as the advantage of the stronger. By advantage, said Cleitophon, he meant whatever the stronger thinks is to his advantage. This is what the weaker must do, and this is what he posited as justice. Well, said Polemarchus, that's not what he said. It doesn't make any difference, Polemarchus, I said. If see that's what Thrasymachus says now, then that's how we'll take it. So, Thrasymachus, did you mean justice is whatever the stronger thinks is to his advantage, whether it really is or not? Is that how we should take it? No? Do you think I'd call a man stronger when he's making a mistake? I thought you did when you said rulers are fallible. You're a damned shyster, Socrates. Would you call a man a doctor precisely because he bungles a yaw? Does a mistake in his figures make a man an accountant? No. I believe we use words loosely when we say a doctor or an accountant or a teacher makes a mistake, because insofar as they are what we call them, they never make mistakes. So, strictly speaking, since you're such a stickler for words, no craftsman ever makes a mistake. He makes a mistake when his knowledge slips, and at that moment he's no longer a craftsman. No craftsman or wise man or ruler ever errs while he's a ruler, though everyone says it was the doctor or the ruler who made the mistake. You may assume that this was how I spoke just now. Strictly speaking, however, no ruler, 341 insofar as he is a ruler, ever errs, and therefore he never mistakes his own self-interest in framing laws which his subjects must obey. So I still say what I said at the beginning. Justice is doing what's advantageous to the stronger. So, Thrasymachus, I said, I seem like a shyster to you. You sure do, he said. And you think I deliberately try to dupe you by asking you trick questions? I know you did, he said. But it won't do you any good because you'll never crush me in open debate or dupe me with some sneaky, underhanded trick. I wouldn't even try, Thrasymachus. But we can avoid misunderstandings like this if you'll tell me how we should take this ruler and this stronger, to whose advantage it will be just for the weaker to act loosely, or in the strict sense you just said. I mean ruler in the strictest sense of the word. So swindle away and dupe that if you can. I won't ask for mercy. See, do you think I'm insane enough to beard a lion or try to swindle a Thrasymachus? You just tried, bungler that you are. Enough of these pleasantries, I said. Tell me, Thrasymachus, is a doctor in your strict sense a moneymaker or a healer of the sick? I mean a real doctor. A healer of the sick. What about a captain? Is he properly a sailor or a ruler of sailors? A ruler of sailors, that he sails on a ship is not a real consideration. He isn't called a captain because he sails, but because of his skill and his command of sailors. True. Do the patient and the sailor each have something advantageous for them? Of course. And the appropriate skill naturally exists to search out and provide this advantage for each. That's right. Does a skill seek any advantage beyond its own perfection? What does that mean? Yes, if you ask me whether the body is self-sufficient or has needs, FD say it certainly has needs. That's why medicine has been invented, because the body is defective and dependent. The skill was developed to provide what's advantageous for the body. Does that strike you as a proper answer? Yes. Well, is medicine itself defective? Does it or any other 42 skill need some further excellence, the way eyes and ears need sight and hearing, so that they require skills over them to consider and provide for their advantage in perception? Is there some lack in the skill itself? Does each need another to consider its advantage, and does this overseeing skill need another which needs another, and so on to infinity? Or does each consider its own advantage? But perhaps a skill needs be neither itself nor another to consider its advantage against its own lack because it has no lack or flaw. As long as each skill retains its strict integrity, it fittingly seeks no advantage but that of its subject and remains itself untouched, disinterested, and pure. Consider that strictly and tell me if it's true. It seems true, he said. So medicine considers the advantage not of medicine but of the body. Yes. And horsemanship not of horsemanship but of horses. No skill considers its own advantage, since it has no needs, but the advantage of its subject. That seems true. But a skill rules its subject and so is the stronger. He very reluctantly agreed, and I said, then no knowledge considers or prescribes for the advantage of the stronger, but for that of the weaker, which it rules. He finally admitted that too, though not without a struggle. When I got his admission, I continued, doesn't it follow then that no doctor in his capacity as doctor considers or prescribes for his own advantage, but for the advantage of his patients? We agreed that a doctor in the strict sense isn't a moneymaker but a ruler of bodies, didn't we? He admitted it. And that, strictly speaking, a captain isn't a sailor but a ruler of sailors, and so doesn't consider and prescribe for his own advantage but for that of the sailors he rules. He reluctantly admitted that too. Therefore, Thrasymachus, I said, no ruler of any kind, insofar as he is a ruler, considers and prescribes for his own advantage, but for that of the ruled, the subject of his skill. That's all he looks to. Everything he says and does is done to promote the fitting advantage of this subject. 343. When we had reached this point in the argument and everyone could see that the definition of justice had been reversed, Thrasymachus asked, Socrates, do you have a nursemaid? Why do you ask a question like that instead of answering mine? Because she lets you run around driveling and doesn't wipe your runny nose. You can't even tell her the difference between a shepherd and a sheep. What is that supposed to mean? B. Just that you think a shepherd looks to the good of the sheep when he fattens them, instead of to the good of the owner and himself. It's the same in every state, though you seem unaware of it. The intentions of a true ruler toward his subjects are the same as a shepherd's toward his sheep, and he never considers anything night or day except how to fleece them. Some expert. Why, you don't even know that justice is really someone else's good, the advantage of the ruler, and the personal injury of his subjects who serve and obey him. Injustice is the opposite and rules men who are truly good-natured, happy, smiley and just, because in doing what's advantageous to their ruler, the stronger, their service makes him happy and them wretched. D. Consider this, my good-natured friend, how the unjust man gets the better of the just man in every way. When the two of them form a partnership and then dissolve it, you'll always find the unjust man getting the better of the just. And when the state makes an assessment, the unjust man pays much less on the same property, and when there's a refund, euphemism for simple-minded. Cf. D below, 348c. Pages 23 and 4006, page 70. The Republic IG. He gets more. In public office, even assuming there's no other penalty, the just man's private affairs will fall into shambles through neglect. Of course, he's too honest to help himself from public funds, and his friends and relatives will hate him for refusing to grant them unjust favors. The exact opposite happens to the unjust man. I mean the man I just referred to, one capable of satisfying his greed in great 344 things. He's the one to consider if you want to judge how much greater the personal advantage of injustice is. You'll most easily learn by considering that perfect form of injustice which brings bliss to its possessor but abject misery to its victims and to those unwilling to do wrong. Its name is tyranny. Tyranny doesn't steal other people's property by force and by stealth a little bit at a time. It takes everything, public and private, sacred and profane, all at once. A person caught committing individual crimes earns punishment and disgrace, and they call him temple robber, slaver, housebreaker, embezzler, or thief after his partial offenses. But when a man steals not only the citizens' property, but also the citizens themselves and makes them his slaves, then instead of those disgraceful names he is called blessed and happy, not only by his countrymen but by all who hear that see he has committed total injustice. Men condemn injustice through fear of suffering it, not through fear of committing it. So, Socrates, injustice, if carried far enough, is stronger, freer, and more despotic than justice, and what I said at the start is still true. Justice is the advantage of the stronger, and injustice profits and advantages oneself. With that, Thrasymachus intended to leave, like a bath boy who had dumped a bucket of words on our heads. Not that the others would let him go, they demanded he stay and explain himself, and I was especially insistent. Thrasymachus, do you think you can throw out an argument like that and then run off before you've taught us all learned yourself whether it's true or not? Do you think it's a trivial thing to try to den a whole way of life that could be the most profitable life for us all? So that's what I think. You seem to, I said. Or eyes you don't care about us, whether our lives will be better or worse because of ignorance of what you claim to know. Come on, Thrasymachus, show us your knowledge. It won't be a bad investment to do 345 a good turn to so many people. I tell you what I think, them unconvinced. I don't believe that injustice, even if unimpeded and allowed to do whatever it wants, is more profitable than justice. Let's assume that there is a perfectly unjust man, capable of getting away with anything by fighting or stealth. He still doesn't persuade me that injustice pays better than justice. And I may not be the only one here who feels that way. So be a good fellow and persuade us we're wrong to value justice higher than injustice, blissful Thrasymachus. How am I supposed to do that? If what I just said didn't convince you, what else can I do? Shall I spoon-feed my explanation into your souls? Please, Thrasymachus, not you. As a start though, you might be consistent, or if you change something, do it openly and don't try to deceive us. If you look back a little you'll see that after defining a doctor you didn't stick to your strict method in defining a shepherd. You think that in his capacity as shepherd he fattens sheep not for their own good but for a banquet, like a guest getting ready for dinner, or to seal them, like a businessman instead of a shepherd. But surely shepherding cares for nothing except providing the best for what it's in charge of, since so far as the skill itself is perfect its own best interests have already been sufficiently provided for. In the same way, I thought we were just now forced to agree that in itself all rule, in politics or private life, it considers what's best for its subject, that which it rules and serves. But tell me, do you think rulers of cities, I mean true rulers, rule freely? My God, he said, I know they do. But haven't you noticed that no one rules freely in any of the other skills? They demand pay, as though they expected all the benefit of their rule to go to their subjects 346 rather than to themselves. Now tell me this, Thrasymachus, don't we normally say that one skill differs from another in having a different function? Answer what you really believe, so we can finish this up. Yes, that's how they differ. And each skill provides a distinct benefit rather than a common one, medicine health, navigation safety at sea, and so on. Certainly. And wage earning provides wages, that's its function. If you want strict definitions, as you said, then you can hardly call medicine and navigation the same. Even if sailing should improve a navigator's health, we still can't call navigation medicine. No. Or wage earning medicine, if someone stays healthy by earning a living. No. Then if a man earns his living by curing the sick, that doesn't make medicine wage earning. See, no. Didn't we agree that each skill provides a distinct benefit? If you say so. Then if all craftsmen receive the same benefit from their different skills, this benefit must come from some one thing common to all skills. Presumably. So we can say that in benefiting themselves by earning a living, craftsmen practice the skill of wage earning. He reluctantly agreed. If we examine it strictly then, I said, a craftsman doesn't get the benefit of wages from his skill, but from the associated skill of wage earning. Medicine provides health and wage earning wages, carpentry accompanied by wage earning provides homes and salaries, and so on. Each skill does its own work and benefits what it's in charge of. If there were no wages, would a craftsman get any benefit from his skill? Apparently not, he said. But he still provides a benefit even if he works for nothing? I think so. Then, Thrasymachus, it should be clear that no skill, not even a ruler's, benefits itself. It's just as we've been saying all along, it benefits and provides for its subject, by considering the advantage of it, of the weaker, not of the stronger. That, my friend, is why I said no one rules freely or undertakes to straighten out somebody else's troubles for free. He demands payment, because a man who uses his skill 347 well never acts or prescribes for his own good but, as long as he prescribes by his skill, for the good of the subject. Hence, it seems, you must pay a man to make him willing to rule, either money or honor, or a penalty if he declines. Wait a minute, Socrates, said Glaucon. I recognize two of your payments, but I don't understand what you mean by a penalty or how you can call it a payment. Then, I said, you don't understand the payment that makes the best men rule, when they do. But you do understand that love of money and honor are both condemned for being the unworthy motives they actually are. Yes. Therefore, Glaucon, good men don't rule for money or honor. Not for money, because if they make it openly in office they are called hirelings, if secretly, crooks. Not for honor, because they are not ambitious. So there has to be some necessity or penalty to force them to do it. I imagine that's why accepting power voluntarily instead of waiting for it to be thrust on you is held to be shameful. And the greatest penalty for one who declines is to be ruled by an inferior. It's fear of this, I think, that makes decent men rule when they do, and they accept rule not as a good to be enjoyed but as a necessity to be endured because they have no one better or as good to hand it over to. If there were a city of good men, I suspect non-rule would be as hotly contested as rule is now, and it would be manifest that a true ruler naturally considers not his own advantage but that of the ruled. Knowing that, who would choose to have the trouble of helping others when he could benefit from somebody's eyes? No, I can't agree with Thrasymachus that justice is the advantage of the stronger. But let's leave that for now. Far more serious, I think, is his other contention, that the unjust life is superior to the just. How do you vote, Glaucon? Which view seems truer? I think the just life is more protable, Socrates. 348. Did you hear the good things Thrasymachus just attributed to the unjust life? Yes, but I'm not convinced. Would you like to find a way to convince him that is wrong? I certainly would. Well, I said, if the advocates give speeches and take turns at listing the goods on each side, we'll need judges to count them and decide the case. But if we keep on as we have, examining and getting each other's agreement, then we can be both advocates and judges at the same time. How should we do it? The way we have been, said Glaucon. All right, I said, let's take it from the beginning, Thrasymachus. You say perfect injustice is more profitable than perfect justice, see, yes, and I've explained why. I suppose you call one an excellence and the other an evil. Of course. Justice an excellence and injustice an evil. When I say injustice pays, injustice doesn't. Don't be silly. What then? The other way around. Justice is an evil. No, a noble good nature. Then injustice is bad nature, no, more like good judgment. So you think that unjust men are sensible and good? Yes, if they are capable of perfect injustice and can get whole countries and peoples under their control. You seem to think I mean purse snatchers or something. Crimes like that are nothing compared to true injustice, though even snatching purses pays if you don't get caught. I understand that, I said. What surprises me is that you put injustice with excellence and wisdom, and justice with their opposites. Well, I do. That's a tougher one, my friend. It's hard to know what to say. If you conceded, as some do, that injustice is a shameful evil even though it pays, one could argue from traditional views. But since you had the nerve to put it with excellence and wisdom, I suppose you're going to call it strong and beautiful and give it all the attributes we used to give to 349 justice. You've got the right idea, friend. Well, I can't give up, I said. I have to examine this as long as I think you're saying what you really believe. And I don't think you're joking now, Thrasymachus. This seems to be your actual opinion about the truth. Refute the argument, not me. What difference does it make to you what I believe? None. So tell me if you think one just man would want to do better than another just man. Happy face, of course not. If he did, he wouldn't be the urbane, good-natured simpleton that he is. Better than a just act, then? No. Will he expect to get the better of an unjust man and consider it just to do so? He might, but he won't succeed. That's not my question. I want to know whether a just man will expect to do better than an unjust man but not better than another just man. Yes, he will. What about an unjust man? Will he expect to get the better of a just man and a just act? Obviously. He'll expect to do better than everyone and everything. Then he'll try to get the better of unjust men and unjust acts and compete to get the most of everything for himself. That's correct. Let's sum up then. A just man tries to get the better of his unlike but not of his like. An unjust man tries to get the better of both. Excellently put, Socrates. And the unjust man is sensible and good, the just man isn't. Exactly. So the unjust man is like the sensible and the good, but the just man isn't. Obviously a man must be like what he is and unlike what he isn't. Good. Then each is what he's like. Well, obviously. Do better than, or get the better of, has two senses in Greek. A. Get more than one's share, and so be better off. B. Outdo, or do more than. The idea is that overdoing an excellence is itself an evil. All right, Thrasymachus. You know there are musicians and laymen. Which is sensible and which is senseless? ***e, the musician presumably is sensible, the layman is senseless. And he's good at things about which he is sensible, bad at things about which he is senseless. Yes. The same for a doctor? Yes. Now when a musician tunes a lyre, do you think he wants to get the better of other musicians and expects to outdo them in tightening and loosening the strings? No, he tries to get the right pitch. But he expects to do better than a layman. Necessarily. When a doctor prescribes a diet, does he want to do 350 better than other doctors and the science of medicine? No, he tries to get the right diet. But he does expect to do better than a layman. Yes. Does this seem to be true of all knowledge and ignorance then? An expert doesn't want to do better in speaking or practice than other experts like himself, but tries to get the same results as they do, whereas a layman tries to get the better of both the ignorant and those who know. That seems necessarily true. Isn't one who knows wise? Yes. And if he's wise, he's also good. Yes. I.e. Which is sensible about p. The argument is intentionally fallacious. In Greek, words like good, sensible, and wise imply an object, sensible about, wise in, good at something. Thrasymachus is led to take them in this limited sense. A musician is sensible about and good at music, and Socrates takes them in their absolute sense. A musician is sensible and good. Bracketed words are translators' additions. intended to make the argument clearer. The natural implication of this is wise in his field. So in the next question, good at it. So a good, wise man doesn't want to do better than bis like, but better than bis unlike and opposite. So it seems. But a bad, ignorant man wants to do better than both. Apparently. Didn't you say that an unjust man wants to do better than both his like and his unlike, Thrasymachus? I did, he said. See, but a just man only wants to do better than his unlike. Yes. So a just man is like the wise and the good, an unjust man like the ignorant and bad. I guess so. Didn't we agree that each is what he's like? Yes. Therefore the just man turns out to be wise and good, the unjust man ignorant and bad. Thrasymachus didn't make these admissions easily, as I've presented it. They had to be dragged from him with incredible struggle and sweat, since it's summer. And then I saw something I'd never seen before, Thrasymachus blushing. After he'd admitted that justice is excellence and wisdom, and injustice ignorance and evil, I continued, well, that's been established. But we also said injustice was strong. Do you remember, Thrasymachus? Yes, he said, but I'm not satisfied with your argument. I've got a reply to it too, but if I give it I know you'll accuse me of making a speech. So either let me speak as long as I want, or if you prefer, keep asking questions and I'll nod my head and say, oh, and ah, the way we do when old women tell stories. Don't say anything against your opinion, Thrasymachus. Whatever you say. If you don't want me to make a speech, I won't. Will there be anything eyes? No, that'll be fine. I'll ask and you answer. Go ahead. Then I'll ask the same question I asked before so we can 351 examine the argument in an orderly way. What sort of a thing is justice compared with injustice? You said injustice is stronger and more effective than justice. But if justice is excellence and wisdom, and injustice is ignorance and evil, I think it'll be easy to show that justice is stronger. Anyone could see that. But that's too simple, Thrasymachus. Let's look at it this way. Could there be an unjust city that would try to enslave other cities and perhaps even succeed in getting many of them under its control? What eyes, he said. That's exactly what a good, perfectly unjust city would do. Yes, I said, I understand that was your argument. But can one state get stronger than another without justice, or must it necessarily have justice to have this power? If it's as you say, that justice is wisdom, then it would need justice. If it's as I say, it would need only injustice. I'm very impressed, Thrasymachus. You're answering beautifully and not just wagging your head. Anything to please, he said. Good boy. Now you can please me by telling me whether a state or an army or a band of cutthroats for that matter can carry out a joint criminal act if its members commit crimes against one another. Certainly not. Do they have a better chance if they don't? Of course. I suppose injustice breeds conflict, hatred, and strife, Thrasymachus, while justice brings harmony and friendship. As you say. I won't disagree with you. Very good, my friend. Then if the function of injustice is to cause hatred wherever it appears, won't it produce strife in any group of free men or slaves and make them unable to act in common? Of course. What about in a group of two? Won't it cause hatred and disagreement and make them enemies of each other and of the just? Yes. Will it lose its potency if found in only one? Let it rage if you like. So in a city or an army or wherever it appears, I said, the function of injustice seems to be this: it makes joint 352 action impossible because of disagreement and strife, and it makes the group an enemy of itself and of its opponents and of the just. Isn't that right? Of course. And I imagine it stays true to its nature in an individual. It makes him unable to act because of strife and internal discord, and it also makes him an enemy both of himself and of the just. Is that so? Indeed. Are the gods just too, my friend? If you wish, then the unjust man will also be an enemy of the gods, Thrasymachus, and the just man a friend. I won't risk the enmity of these others by contradicting you, he said, so enjoy your feast of words. Then serve me my dessert by answering as you have, I said. We've shown that just men are better, wiser, and more capable of acting, and that unjust men can't work together at all. When we call them partners in crime, we're not telling the literal truth. If they were completely unjust, they wouldn't keep their hands off each other. They clearly have some justice in them that prevents them from wronging each other along with their victims and enables them to do what they do. They rush into crime as demi-villains, since an absolute scoundrel, perfectly unjust, would also be perfectly unable to act. I know that this and not your first proposition is true. But we still have another proposition to examine, that just men are happier and live better lives. I think that's been pretty well proved already, but let's examine it more closely. This is no haphazard subject, you know, it concerns the way we ought to live. Examine it then. Oh, I will. Would you say a horse has a function? Yes. Would you then the function of it or of anything eyes as what you can do best or only with it? I don't understand. Well, can you see with anything but your eyes or hear with anything but your ears? No? Then can't we justly call seeing and hearing their functions? Of course. 353. What about pruning vines? Can't you use a paring knife, a butcher knife, or anything sharp? The Republic IG, why not? But nothing will work as well as a pruning knife designed for the job. No? So we can den pruning as its function. Yes. Now I think you see what I mean. Isn't the function of a thing that which can be done either only by it or better by it than by anything else? Yes, now I understand you, he said, and I think that's what the function of anything is. Well, I said, do you think everything that's assigned a function also has an excellence? Can we run through the same list and say that eyes and ears and everything eyes have an excellence as well as a function? We can. Now look, will eyes or ears or anything eyes ever perform their functions well if they lack their proper excellence and see have the corresponding evil? How could they? I presume you mean blindness and deafness in place of sight and hearing. Whatever it may be, I'm not interested in the names right now, but only in whether the function is performed well with the proper excellence and badly with the evil. Yes, he said, that much is true. Therefore ears will perform their own function badly if deprived of their own excellence. Of course. Does the same reasoning apply to all the other things? I think so. Now examine this, I said. The soul has a function that no other existing thing can perform. Can we justly attribute things like management, deliberation, and rule to anything eyes and call them proper to it? No. What about life? That's the soul's most important function. Do we say the soul also has an excellence? Yes. Will it ever perform its own functions well if deprived of its proper excellence? Or is that impossible, Thrasymachus? That's impossible. So a person with a bad soul will necessarily rule and manage badly. One with a good soul will do well in all of these things. Necessarily. Didn't we agree that justice is an excellence of the soul and injustice an evil? Yes. Therefore a just soul and a just man will live well, an unjust one will live badly. So it appears from your argument. 354. Surely, I said, a man who lives well is blessed and happy, and one who does not is miserable. Surely, he said. Then the just man is happy and the unjust man is miserable. As you say. Surely it pays to be happy, not to be miserable. Surely. Then, happy Thrasymachus, injustice is never more profitable than justice. Well, Socrates, he said, I hope you've dined well on this festival of Bendis. The service was excellent after you calmed down and quit being angry, Thrasymachus. But I really didn't dine very well. It wasn't your fault but mine. I acted like a glutton who snatches food from every platter and is so busy tasting new things he doesn't have time to enjoy what he already has. Before I found what we were searching for first, what justice is, I dropped it and rushed to examine something about it, whether it's ignorance and evil or excellence and wisdom. Then another question turned up, whether injustice is more profitable than justice, and I couldn't resist charging into that one too. The result of our discussion is see that I don't know a thing. As long as I don't know what happy smiley, do well, has two senses in Greek, do something well, and fare well. Socrates picks up the second for his conclusion below, live well. Thrasymachus agreed in 35 OD, p. 526, that justice was an excellence, though not specifically an excellence, of the soul. Cf. The opening sentence. Justice is, I said, I can hardly know whether it's an excellence or not and whether its possessor will be happy or unhappy. Book 2. I thought that was the end of our talk, but it seems it was 357 only the prelude. Glaucon, who is always bold in everything, wouldn't accept Thrasymachus's surrender. Socrates, he said, do you want to seem like you've persuaded us that it's in every way better to be just than unjust, or do you really want to persuade us? Really, I said, if it's up to me. Well, you aren't succeeding, he said. Look, does there seem to you to be a kind of good that we choose to have for its own sake and not for its consequences, joy, for instance, and harmless pleasures that bring nothing beyond their immediate enjoyment? Yes, Glaucon, it seems so to me. And a kind we cherish both for itself and for its consequences, like thinking, seeing, and health. Yes, I said. Do you see a third form of good that includes exercise, being cured, and earning a living? We call these things arduous but beneficial, and we choose to have them not for themselves but only for their consequences, for the profit and other benefits they bring. Yes, I said, but what is this all leading up to? In which do you place justice? In the most beautiful one, I think. Among the things a 358 man must cherish both for themselves and for their consequences if he's going to be truly happy. That's not what most people think. They put it with the arduous things that ought to be shunned for themselves but pursued for profit and a reputation as on appearance. I know. Thrasymachus has been disparaging justice as being like that for some time now, Glaucon, while extolling injustice. But I seem to be a slow learner. Listen, he said, it seems to me that Thrasymachus was tamed too easily. It was like charming a snake. But the presentation wasn't up to my expectations on either side. I want to hear what justice and injustice each are and what power each of them has by itself when in the soul. Leave profits and consequences out of it. So if it seems all right to you, here's see what we'll do. I'll revive Thrasymachus's argument and first present the popular view of the nature and origin of justice. Then I'll maintain that all who practice it do so unwillingly, not as a good but to the power of a necessity. Finally, I'll argue that this attitude is reasonable, because people actually believe the unjust life is the better. That's not how it seems to me, Socrates. It's an opinion that Thrasymachus and hordes of others have drummed into me until I'm thoroughly baffled. But I've never heard the argument for the superiority of justice presented as I'd like, I mean justice extolled for its own sake, and I think I can hear it from you. So I'll praise the unjust life as forcefully as I can and in the process show you how I want you to do the opposite. Do you approve of my plan? Oh yes, Glaucon. That's a topic an intelligent man can enjoy discussing again and again. Fine, he said. I'll begin with my first subject then, the nature and origin of justice. People say that injustice is by nature good to inflict but evil to suffer. Men taste both of its sides and learn that the evil of suffering it exceeds the good of inflicting it. Those unable to flee the one and take the other therefore decide 359 it pays to make a pact neither to commit nor to suffer injustice. It was here that men began to make laws and covenants, and to call whatever the laws decreed legal and just. This, they say, is both the origin and the essence of justice, a thing midway between the best condition, committing injustice without being punished, and the worst, suffering injustice without getting revenge. Justice is therefore a compromise. It isn't cherished as a good, but honored out of inability to do wrong. A real man, capable of injustice, would never make a pact with anyone. He'd be insane if he did. That, Socrates, is the popular view of the nature of justice and of the conditions under which it develops. The first presentation in literature of the social contract theory of justice. That men practice justice unwillingly out of inability to do wrong may be seen by considering a hypothetical situation. Give two men, one just and the other unjust, the opportunity to do anything they want and then observe where their desires take them. We'll catch the just man ending up in the same place as the unjust. This is because human nature always wants more, and pursues that as a natural good. But nature has been diverted by convention and forced to honor equality. Our two men would have the opportunity one mentioned if we gave them the power once given to the ancestor of Gyges, the famous king of Lydia. They say he was once a shepherd serving the man who was then king. One day a great earthquake opened a chasm in the place where he was pasturing sheep. Astonished, he climbed down into the fissure and saw, among other fabulous things, a hollow bronze horse with windows in it. He peeped inside and saw the body of a man, seemingly larger than life and wearing only a golden ring. He took the ring and left. Later he wore it to the monthly meeting of shepherds, at which they made their reports to the king. As he was sitting there with the others, he happened to turn the setting of the ring toward him. Suddenly he became invisible, and the others began to 360 speak of him as though he were gone. Amazed, he turned the setting away from him again and reappeared. After further experiments had convinced him that the ring indeed had the power to make him visible and invisible at will, he contrived to become a messenger to the king. He seduced the queen, with her help murdered the king, and usurped the throne of Lydia. Now if there were two such rings and we gave one to our just man and one to the unjust, no one, they say, would have the iron will to restrain himself when he could with impunity take what he liked from the market, slip into houses and sleep with anyone he wanted or kill whomever he wished, see free people from jail, and like a god among mortals, do whatever he pleased. In that situation there'd be no difference between our two men, both would act alike. So a person may use this as evidence that no one is willingly just, since whenever a man thinks he can get away with injustice he does it. Justice is practiced only under compulsion, as someone else's good, not our own. Everyone really believes that injustice pays better than justice, rightly, according to this argument. Because if a man had the power to do wrong and yet refused to touch other people's property, discerning men would consider him a contemptible dolt, though they'd openly praise him and deceive one another for fear of being harmed. We'll be able to make a proper judgment on these two ways of life only if we contrast the perfectly just man with the perfectly unjust. Make each a perfect specimen of his kind. The unjust man should act like a skilled craftsman. An accomplished doctor or navigator distinguishes between what's possible and impossible in his field and attempts the 361 one but ignores the other. And if he botches something he knows how to straighten it out. So with our accomplished criminal, he should discriminate nicely and get away with his crimes. If caught he's a bungler. An injustice's highest perfection is to seem just without being so. Deprive our perfectly unjust man of nothing, therefore, but lend him utter perfection, let him contrive the greatest reputation for justice be while committing the most heinous crimes, and if he should bungle something, grant him the ability to straighten it out, give him the persuasion to sway juries when informers denounce him, and the wealth, influence, courage, and vigor to use force when force must be used. Alongside this paragon of perfidy let us place our perfectly just man, a man noble and simple, desiring, in Aeschylus's words, not to seem, but to be good. Footnote 7 against Thebes 592. All right, let's take away seeming. A reputation for justice will bring him honor and rewards and make it uncertain whether he practices justice for its own sake or for the rewards. So strip him of everything but justice and make him the exact opposite of our other specimen. Let him win the worst reputation for injustice while leading the justest of lives, to test him and see if his justice holds up against ill repute and its evil effects. And let him persevere until death, seeming unjust while being just, so we may examine the extremes of justice and injustice and decide which makes the happier life. Uncanny, Glaucon! I cried. You've scoured these two types for our judgment as though they were bronzes. I do my best, Socrates. Now with these two men before us it shouldn't be hard to tell what sort of life awaits each. And if it sounds uncouth, Socrates, don't blame me, but the champions of injustice. They say our just man will be whipped, racked, chained, and after having his eyes burnt out and suffering every torment, be run up on a stake and 362 impaled, and so learn that one ought not to be, but to seem just. Aeschylus's words rightly apply to the unjust man who, since he doesn't live by opinion but pursues what clings to the truth, desires not to seem, but to be just out of the deep furrow of his mind reaping a crop of faultless designs. Footnote, Aeschylus, 7 against Thebes 593-94. B. Because he seems just, they say he'll rule in his city, marry into the family of his choice, form partnerships with anyone he wants, match his daughters with whomever he wishes, and from his lack of aversion to committing injustice reap advantage and gain. He'll get the better of his enemies by defeating them in lawsuits, public and private, and so grow and able to help his friends and harm his enemies. With ostentatious sacrifices, dedications, and gifts, he'll serve the gods and the men of his choosing far better than the just man, and one can reasonably expect he'll be more loved by the gods. Thus, Socrates, both gods and men, they say, see to it that the unjust man enjoys a better life than the just. I was about to reply to Glaucon's speech when his brother Diadymantus said, "You don't think that's the whole story, do you? Isn't it?" I asked. He didn't even mention the main point. Well, brother with brother, they say, so help yours if he left anything out. What he said, though, was enough to pin down and disable this defender of justice. Nonsense, Socrates. Listen to this. In order to clarify what Glaucon, I think, wants to say, we should go through the opposite arguments that praise justice and denounce injustice. Fathers and others in charge of someone give them advice and exhort them to justice. They recommend it not 363 for itself but for the reputation it brings, so you'll seem just and get the offices and marriages and everything Glaucon just said, which come to a just man from his good reputation. The emphasis is all on the rewards of appearance and a good reputation. When they come to the rewards of a good repute with the gods, they really wax eloquent, expounding the blessings the gods bestow on the pious. They sound like our noble Hesiod and Homer. Hesiod says, "Be the oaks of the just man the gods make to bear acorns on top and bees in the middle. His sheep they make heavy with wool." Asterisk and so on. Homer says much the same, "Gifts to a good king who upholds just laws, the earth yields him harvests of barley and wheat, see his trees teem with fruit, his ewes drop him lambs, and the seas grant abundance of fishes." Musaeus, footnote, a legendary poet and mystic. And his son make the gods bestow even headier gifts on the just. They transport them to Hades, put wreaths on their heads, and set them down to a party where they spend all eternity drunk on wine, as though virtue's highest reward were to be perpetually drunk. Others extend the divine rewards even further, saying that the descendants of pious, trustworthy men will continue to flourish. So much for their praise of justice. The unjust and impious are buried in mud or forced to carry water in sieves after death, and while still alive they get bad reputations and the kind of punishments that Glaucon attributed to just men who seem bad. And that's all they have to say. So much for the praise and blame on each side. Now consider another form of argument. Socrates, given 364 by laymen and poets alike. With one voice they celebrate temperance and justice as good but tiresome things. Injustice and intemperance, they say, are sweet and easy to reach, shameful only by opinion and law. For the most part, they say, injustice pays better than justice. They blithely acclaim be and powerful rascals, and though they admit they are better, despise men who are weak and poor. Their most astonishing arguments have to do with excellence and the gods. The gods, they say, often grant misfortune and evil works and days 233 to 34. The following quotation is from Odyssey 19.109 to 113. Lives to good men while scoundrels wallow in bliss. Mendicant priests and soothsayers come to the doors of the and dupe them with their divine powers, which they claim to unleash by incantations and rites. They offer to expiate crimes in the family, new or inherited, with revels and fun, and for a trifling fee they'll torment an enemy, just or unjust, with spells and enchantments which, they claim, bind the gods to their service. As witnesses they drag in the poets. Some chant Hesiod's lines on the ease of vice. Evil is easy to get in abundance, the road is short. She dwells nearby before excellence, the gods have placed sweat. And he speaks of a long, rugged, and uphill path. Others quote Homer to show that the gods can be manipulated, the gods themselves may be bent, with sacrificial feasts, libations, and the smoke of burnt offerings men propitiate them for transgressions and sins. With baskets of instruction books by Musaeus and Orpheus, descendants of the moon and the Muses, as they call them, they gull individuals and whole cities into believing that sacrifices and games can purify and absolve us from 65 crimes in this life, while mysterious rites, called initiations, will free us from the dread punishments that await the uninitiated beyond. With stories like that floating around, Socrates, what do you think will be the reaction of a naturally good and discerning young man who flits from argument to argument gathering information on what he should do and be to lead the best life? He may well quote Pindar and ask, whether be by justice or crooked deceit to climb higher, and dig in on the top of the heap. If I am just without sinting so, they say my reward will be dead loss and hard labor. No, thanks. But the crook who finagles a just reputation lives like a god, they say. All right, since appearance is the key to happiness that forces even reality, as the men in the know have revealed, then we'll ply it with a vengeance, by God. I'll draw a shadow sketch of excellence around me like a cloak, but behind me works and days 287 to 89. The following quotation is from Iliad 9497 to 501, legendary singer and miracle worker. The fox of Archilochus, rapacious and wily. Fine, a friend might remark, but it's a hard role to play. Nothing worth doing is easy, he'll say, but this is the happiness trail that the arguments have blazed for us. We can form gangs and political societies for cover, there are rhetoric professors to teach us mob oratory and techniques for swaying a jury, so that between force and persuasion we'll take all we can get but our punishment. But you can't force or fool the gods. So what? If they don't exist or care about us, why should we care about them? If they do, we only know it from hearsay and poets, the very ones who tell us that the gods may be bent by feasts and offerings. We must accept both statements or neither. If both, we take, and appease the 66 gods from the takings. Honest, we only escape divine punishment, we're cut off from the profits of crime. As crooks we use part of our profits to buy off the gods and end up ahead both in this world and in the next. But they'll get us in Hades for the crimes we do here, us, our children, or our children's children. My friend, he replies with cool calculation, initiations and savior gods are very good for be that sort of thing, according to our greatest cities and poets, sons and spokesmen of gods, who all assure us it is so. Against such talk from both the many and the elite, what reason can you give for preferring justice to the foulest injustice which, if we assume a counterfeit grace, will permit us to do as we like with gods and men both here and in the sea world to come? What stratagem can you devise, Socrates, to persuade a man with birth, wealth, or strength of body or soul that he ought to respect justice and not snicker at the very word? Even if a man knew that justice is best and could expose all that we've said as a lie, he still wouldn't be angry with the unjust but forgive them, knowing that men abstain from injustice only through knowledge or God-given natural de-aversion. The rest are unwillingly just and condemn injustice out of cowardice or old age or some other weakness that prevents them from doing it. The first to get power is the first to do wrong, and as much as he can. The cause of all this is the same one that inspired these. The metaphor is also mixed in Greek. Archilochus, 7th century BC, was an elegiac and iambic poet. His fable of the fox has been lost. Harangues that my brother and I have been making at you, Socrates. Here's what we've been trying to say. Strange, how all you self-proclaimed champions of justice, from the earliest heroes whose words have survived down to the men of the present day, have declined to praise justice and denounce injustice except for the reputations and honors and gifts they may bring. Not one of you, in verse or in conversation, has ever adequately explained what each of them does by its own power when in the soul, even if hidden from gods and men, how injustice is the soul's greatest evil and justice its greatest good. If you had done that from the beginning 367 and so taught us from childhood, we would not now be on our guard against one another, would each be our own best guardian, for fear that by committing injustice we invite catastrophe into our souls. That, Socrates, and perhaps even more, is what Thrasymachus or another might say about justice and injustice. Frankly, I think it's a crude misrepresentation of their powers, but I've presented it as strongly as I can in order to get you to present the opposite view. And don't give us some merely theoretical proof of the superiority of justice over injustice. Show what each in itself does to its possessor to make justice good and injustice evil, and exchange their reputations, as Glaucon said. Otherwise will accuse you of praising not justice but its seeming, of condemning not injustice but its seeming, of inciting us to be unjust covertly, and of agreeing with Thrasymachus that justice is someone else's good, the advantage of the stronger, and that injustice profits and advantages oneself, to the disadvantage of the weaker. Since you said justice is one of those great goods worth possessing for their consequences but still more for themselves, like seeing, hearing, thinking, and health, which produce their effects not by appearance but by their own nature, then treat it that way, as something good in it and health, which helps its possessor as injustice harms. Leave rewards and reputations for others to praise. I might take that kind of thing from someone else, Socrates, but not from you, because you've spent your whole life doing nothing but examining this very question. And remember, no theoretical proof. Show what each in itself does to its possessor, whether or not is noticed by gods and men, to make justice good and injustice evil. I've always admired the natures of Glaucon and Adimantus, but never more than then. I was filled with joy and said, 368, sons of that man, Glaucon's lover didn't do badly when he opened this poem with you, for having distinguished yourselves at the battle of Megara, calling you sons of Ariston, divine race of a glorious sire. Well put, I'd say. There must be something divine in you if you can defend injustice so vigorously and still believe justice is better. I'm convinced that you do, because I judge you by your characters. If I only had your speeches to go by, I'd never believe it. But my faith in your honesty only increases my perplexity. I don't know what to do. I can't defend justice if you won't accept my proof to Thrasymachus, and I can't not defend it either, because I'm afraid it would be impious to stand by while justice is being attacked and not defend it to my last gasp. So that's what I'd better do, as well as FM Abel. Glaucon and the others urged me by all means to take up the defense and track down the truth about what justice and injustice are and the benefits of each. So I told them my plan. I don't think this will be an easy investigation, it'll take sharp eyes. Now since we're not very bright, here's how I suggest we go about it. If you told a man with poor eyes to read something small at a distance and he noticed that the same thing was written elsewhere in large letters on a larger background, he'd probably jump for joy because he could read the big writing first and then examine the small to see if both were really the same. True, said Adimantus, but where do you see something like that in our search? I think I've got an idea, I said. Isn't justice found in a state as well as in an individual? Certainly, he said. And a state is larger than an individual. Of course. Then maybe justice is also larger in a state and easier to observe. So let's first inquire what justice is like in states. 369 Then we can examine it in the individual and see if the smaller resembles the larger. Good idea, Socrates. Also Plato's father. There is a wordplay on the name, which means the best. If we watch a city coming into being in words, we may also see its justice and injustice come into being, and when it's finished we should have a better chance of seeing what we're after. Shall we try it that way? Consider this carefully, B. I think it'll be a lot of work. We have, said Adimantus. Let's try it. Well, I said, I think a city begins because the individual is not self-sufficient but has many needs. Can you suggest some other origin? No, that's the one. So when a number of people have gathered together in one place as common partners and helpers, each inviting others to provide different services, for they have many needs, can we call that settlement a city? Yes, he said. And if each person shares with the others, he does so because he thinks it's for his own good. Certainly. Well, then, I said, let's build a city of words from the beginning. It seems it will be created by our needs, of which the most important is providing food for existence and life, next shelter, then clothing, and so on. Correct. Then we'll need a farmer, a carpenter, and a weaver. Will that do, or shall we add a shoemaker or some other craftsman to help provide for the needs of the body? Let's. So our absolutely necessary city will consist of 4 or 5 men. Apparently, what about the work? Should each make the fruits of his own work common to all, so that the farmer spends all his time and labor providing food for 4, or should he spend only 1/4 of his time producing his own food, 1/4 370 working on his house, 1/4 making clothes, 1/4 making shoes, and tend his own business all by himself without bothering to share with the others? Perhaps the other way would be easier, Socrates, said Adimantus. That's hardly a strange observation, I said. Now that you mention it, it occurs to me that people are quite different by nature and each is naturally fitted for a different job. Do you agree? Yes. Then will one man naturally do better at only one trade or many? Only one, he said. I think it's also clear that if you miss the right time for a job, you'll botch the whole thing. The work won't wait for the worker, he must devote full time to it and not make it a sideline. Necessarily. So when each one is freed from other work to do the one thing he's naturally fit for at the right time, more work gets done easier and better. Absolutely. But if we have specialization, we'll need more than 4 citizens. If our farmer's going to have a good plow, he won't make it himself, and the same for the others. And each needs many things. So it looks like blacksmiths and toolmakers and all sorts of craftsmen will have to be partners in our community. Our little city is beginning to grow. It certainly is, Socrates. But it still won't be very big if we add shepherds and cowherds and other kinds of herdsmen. Our farmers need oxen for field work, and the builders need them for hauling building materials. The weavers and shoemakers need wool and hides. It's going to take quite a town to hold all that. Yes, I said. And it'll be almost impossible to found it in a place that doesn't require imports, so we'll need people to import goods from other cities. True. But if our servant goes out empty-handed, he'll come 371 back the same way. Our city will have to produce a surplus for trade. That means extra farmers and craftsmen. It certainly does. And we'll need other servants to bring goods in and out of the city. They're called traders, aren't they? Yes. If we have sea trade, we'll need another group skilled in the seafaring trades. Yes, a large one too. What about the sharing of products within the city? That was the reason we established the principle of partnership and community and founded a city. It'll have to be done by buying and selling, Socrates. So the result will be a marketplace, and currency as a token of exchange. Of course. If a farmer or workman brings his produce to the market at the wrong time and misses the people who need it, he'll loaf around the marketplace neglecting his work. Not at all. There are people who see this as an opportunity to provide a service. In a well-regulated city, they are mostly weaklings, no good for any other job. So they sit around the marketplace exchanging money for goods with those who need to seal, and goods for money with the ones who need to buy. So this need is the origin of retail trade in our city, I said. Don't we call people who serve by buying and selling in the marketplace retail merchants, and those who travel from city to city traders? Of course. I believe there are still other menials, not worth except being as partners in our community on mental grounds, but strong enough for hard labor. They seal their strength for profit, called a wage, and are called wage earners. Do they complete our city, the Diamantus? Has it reached its full extent? Probably. Then where are justice and injustice? I asked. Which group did they come in with? I don't know, Socrates, unless they are found in some of 372 the dealings between groups. You could be right. A Diamantus, we'll have to keep looking. But first let's see how people will live in our city. They'll produce only grain, wine, shoes, clothing, and houses. Summers they'll work mostly naked and barefoot, but in winter they'll be bundled and warm. For nourishment they'll grind barley and wheat, kneading from the former noble patties, baking fine loaves of the latter, upon which, served up on reeds or fresh leaves, the rustic diners, wreathed and reclining on bunches of myrtles and vines, will feast, hymning the gods and washing it down with wine, and so delight in one another's company, both themselves and their children, which they'll not produce beyond their sea means, being cautious of the twin dangers of poverty and war. No meat, cried Glaucon. It sounds like your diners will feast only on bread. Oh, I forgot, they need something with it. They'll have salt, of course, and olives and cheese, and greens and stuff they boil up in the country. For dessert we could give them figs, nuts, and berries, and acorns and chestnuts to roast on the fire and munch as they soberly sip their wine. Thus they can expect to live in peace and good health, passing on at a ripe old age and bequeathing the same life to their descendants. Socrates, that's the kind of feed you'd provide if you were founding a city for pigs. Why, what eyes do they need, Glaucon? The comforts of civilization, couches to lie on, tables to eat from, and snacks and delicacies like we have. I see, you don't want to examine the origin of a city, but of a spoiled city. Not a bad idea, because then we may see how justice and injustice grow up in a state. I think the city we just described was true and healthy. Now we can look at 373-1 with indigestion. No reason why we can't. It seems our way of life won't satisfy some folks. They'll want couches and tables and furniture, delicacies, perfume, incense, harlots, pastries, and a great variety of everything. The list of necessities will grow. Houses, clothing, and shoes won't be enough. They'll have to meddle in painting and embroidery, and they'll need ivory and gold and all that. Is that right? B. Yes. Then we'll have to enlarge the city again. Our healthy one won't be big enough anymore. It'll be stuffed and crammed beyond what's necessary for a city, with mobs of hunters and packs of imitators, some concerned with figures and colors, others with music, poets, playwrights, reciters, actors, dancers, and producers. There'll be craftsmen of all kinds of articles, most especially for ladies' adornment. See, we'll need more servants, teachers, nurses, nursemaids, hairdressers, cooks, barbers, and bakers. There'll be hog farmers too. They weren't needed in our other town, but they'll be needed in this one. If people want other meat, I suppose we'll need other kinds of livestock too. Yes, we will. Won't there also be a much greater need for doctors? People who live like that surely will need them. And the land, once enough to support everyone, will suddenly become scarce, I suppose. Yes. So we'll have to cut into our neighbors' land to get enough for plough and pasture, and they'll do the same to us if they've also overstepped the bounds of mere necessities and let themselves go after the unlimited possession of wealth. It's a necessary step, Socrates, so we'll soon be at war, Glaucon, don't you think? Yes, he said. Then, I said, we've also discovered the origin of war. War, whether it does good or evil, we'll leave that question open for now, arises from the same cause that brings such great evils, public and private, to states, the desire for possessions. That's correct. So the population will jump by a whole army, which will have to march out when someone attacks and fight for all the 374 property and luxuries we've mentioned. What? Can't they fight for themselves? Carried, not if we were right when we began molding our city, I said. Don't you remember, Glaucon, we agreed that one man can't do well at several trades. That's true, he said, we did. Well, isn't warfare a trade? B. Absolutely. Doesn't it need as much attention as shoemaking? More. We prohibited our shoemaker from trying to do other jobs while he's cobbling. To make good shoes he has to stick to shoemaking. The same for the others, one job for each man. A worker must be freed from other tasks to spend his sea life doing what he's naturally fit for, well and on time. Now, doesn't warfare have to be done extremely well? Or is it so easy that a man can pursue it as a sideline, even though he'll never become a good checkers or dice player unless his carrot armies in early Greece were made up of citizens? Mercenaries became common in the 4th century BC. D. Practiced the game since childhood. Can you pick up a shield or a sword or any other tool of war and instantly become a skilled soldier? The tools of every other trade are useless unless you pick up practice and knowledge along with the tool. If that weren't so, tools would surely be precious. Since the guardian Hapismile has the most important job, doesn't he need the greatest freedom from other tasks and the most skill and training in his own? I think so. Doesn't his nature also have to suit his pursuit? Naturally. Then our job is cut out for us, Glaucon. We have to try to determine what kind of nature is suited for guarding the city. We certainly do. It won't be child's play, by Zeus. Still, we can't give up 375 as long as our strength holds out. So tell me if you think the nature of a well-born youth is as suited to guarding as a noble pup's. How do you mean? Well, I said, I think both need sharp senses, speed to pursue what they spot, and strength to outfight what they catch. To fight well they must also be brave. Yes, they need all that. Can any animal be brave without spirit? Have you ever been noticed how invincible spirit is, Glaucon? It makes the whole soul fearless and undaunted, ready to stand up to anything. Yes, I've noticed that. So it's clear what kind of a body a guardian must have. Yes. And also a spirited soul. That's clear too. How can we keep men with natures like that from being savage to each other and to the rest of the citizens? It won't be easy, by Zeus. See, they have to be gentle to the citizens and harsh to the enemy, Glaucon. Otherwise they won't need enemies to destroy them, they'll do it themselves. Where can we find a disposition like that? Gentleness and spirit are contrary in a first mention of the city's guardian. Cheers, yet a good guardian needs both. It seems impossible to reconcile contraries, so it seems impossible to have a good guardian. What can we do, D? I don't know. I was baffled and mulled over what we had said. Then I said, it serves us right, Glaucon, we missed our own comparison. How do you mean? We didn't notice that there are natures with exactly these contraries in them. Where? In all sorts of creatures, probably, but surely in those puppies we just compared to a guardian. I suppose you know that a well-bred dog is naturally gentle to his family and to people he knows, but savage to strangers. Yes, I know that. So it's possible, what we're looking for in our guardians isn't something contrary to nature. It doesn't seem to be. But don't you think a guardian's soul must be naturally philosophical as well as spirited? How come? What are you driving at? At another trait of the dog, remarkable one at that. But what is it? Why, he rages at strangers even if they've done him no harm, but fawns on people he knows even if they've never been kind to him. Isn't that amazing, Glaucon? I've never really paid much attention. It's true, of course. This subtle property of his nature shows that the dog is a philosopher, a true lover of wisdom. How? He judges a sight as hostile or friendly only by knowledge and ignorance. How can anything that defines the alien and the akin by knowledge and ignorance help but love knowledge? There's no way at all. Love of knowledge is the same as philosophy, isn't it? Yes. Then can we cheerfully assert the same for a man as for a dog? To be gentle with acquaintances and kin he must see naturally love knowledge and be a philosopher. Yes, we can. Therefore, to become a good guardian, a man must be by nature a fast, strong, and spirited philosopher. Absolutely, he said. That, I said, must be the guardian's basic character. Now how should they be raised and educated? Is that a pertinent question? Will it help us in our main task of discovering how justice and injustice come about in a state? We don't want to overlook anything important or get bogged down in a long digression. Glaucon's brother replied, I suspect it will help. Then we'll have to look into it even if it takes a long time. Diamantus. Let's educate the men in our discussion as either we were telling old tales at our leisure. What's our education? Can we improve on the time-tested formula, gymnastics for the body and poetry happy smiley for the soul? I doubt it. Shall we begin teaching them poetry before gymnastics? Of course. Doesn't poetry include stories, which have two forms, the true and the false? Yes. Don't we have to teach both but begin with the false? I don't understand, he said. But you do understand that we begin by telling children stories, Diamantus. These are mostly false, I imagine, but they contain some truth. So we use stories with children before gymnastics. True, he said. That's what I meant when I said we must start with poetry before gymnastics. Yes, and you were right. And you know that the beginning of any task is always critical, especially with someone young and impressionable. Gymnastics means physical training in general. The word translated as poetry, when referring to education, is literally music, which had a wide range of meaning in Greek. It signified both music and poetry, inseparable in ancient Greece, as well as literature and art, for which there were no specific words. Since music and poetry formed the basis of education, music was also a synonym for education. The adjective has been usually translated as musical. That's when he's most easily formed, ready to take any impression you want to stamp on him. Absolutely. So shall we permit the children to hear just any old story and receive impressions contrary to the opinions we think they should have when they grow up? Not at all. Then it seems that our first task is to supervise the storytellers and separate those who make good stories from those who make bad. We'll persuade mothers and nurses to tell the good stories to their children, to shape their souls with them even more than their bodies with their hands. Most of the stories they tell now will have to go. Which ones are they? Many, but in the great we can also see the small. Both have the same patterns and effects, don't you think? I suppose, but I don't even know what you mean by the great. Well, I said, the stories told by Hesiod and Homer and the other great poets. Aren't they the ones who concocted those lying stories that they told and still tell? Which stories? What do you condemn in them? A terrible fault that must be condemned in anyone, especially if he doesn't lie properly. But what is it? Misrepresenting the nature of gods and heroes, like a painter who paints a poor likeness. You're right to condemn that sort of thing, but how do they do it? What kind of stories do you mean? Well, it isn't just fiction but a downright lie when a poet makes his greatest characters do what Hesiod, footnote, in the Theogony, makes Uranus, Zeus, and Cronus do, chaining and castrating each other and swallowing their children. Even if such stories 378 were true, I don't think they should be told lightly to the young and thoughtless. The best thing is to suppress them, but if they must be told, then only to as few as possible on an oath of secrecy. And the initiates shouldn't have to sacrifice a pig, but something big and unattainable, so as few as possible will hear. You're right, Socrates, they are crude stories. They won't be told in our city, Diamantus. Nor will a child ever hear that perpetrating some monstrous injustice, like cruelly punishing his father for a crime he committed, is nothing unusual but only what the first and greatest of the gods have done. No, by Zeus. That sort of thing isn't fit to be told. And if we want our future guardians to disdain quarreling, they must never be told that gods war with gods or plot against one another, which isn't true. The battles of the gods and the giants, or any other family quarrels of gods and heroes won't be told to them or embroidered on sacred robes. We should try to convince them that no citizen has ever fought with another and that such a thing is an affront to the gods. This is what old people must tell them as children, and when they grow up we must force the poets to tell them much the same thing. Those tales of Hera enchained by her son and Hephaestus hurled by his father from Olympus for trying to defend his mother, and the battles of the gods that Homer tells, none of these will be allowed in our city, not even as allegories. A child can't distinguish allegory from fact, and early impressions are hard to wash out. For this reason, perhaps, we must make sure that the first stories he hears are well composed for the purpose of teaching excellence. That makes sense. But what will we say if someone asks us exactly what the stories should be? Adimantus, for now we're not poets, but founders of a 379 city. You don't expect founders to write poems, they just have to know what patterns the poets must compose their stories in and not let them deviate from them. True, he said, but what should the patterns be for stories about the gods? Well, I said, God must always be represented as he is, I suppose, whether in epic, lyric, or tragedy. Isn't God truly good, and mustn't we speak of him as being so? Yes. Can anything good be harmful? Iliad 1.586-94. The battles of the gods are recounted in Iliad 20 and 21. Plato uses God and the gods interchangeably. There is nothing monotheistic about the singular, the use is generic, like man, for mankind. I don't see how. Then it does no harm, and what does no harm can do no evil. Isn't that so? Yes. What does no evil can hardly be the cause of any evil. Hardly. Is the good beneficial and the cause of well-being? Yes. So the good isn't the cause of everything, I said, but only of things that are good. It's not responsible for things that are evil. That's perfectly true, he said. See, then God, being good, isn't the cause of everything, as the many say, but of only a few things for man. There's far more evil in life than good, and God must be held responsible for all of the good but none of the evil. We have to find some other cause for evil. That seems as true as anything can be. So we won't tolerate any poetic error about the gods, I said, especially Homer's mindless absurdity. 2 jars of D-lot stand in Zeus's hull, one of good, another of ill, / a man to whom Zeus gives a mixed portion, he says, falls now into good, now into evil, but one who receives unmixed ill is driven by a cursed plague about the hallowed earth. Nor can we allow him to call Zeus a dispenser of good and evil, and we won't approve anyone who presents Pandarus violating the sworn treaties happy smiley if he makes Athena or Zeus the cause, or who shows the quarrel of the goddesses and the judgment of Paris as prompted by the Miss and Zeus. And we so can't let the young listen to Aeschylus rant about how a god breeds guilt into mortals when he wants to destroy their line. If anyone writes about the sufferings of Niobe, the subject of the play from which those last lines were taken, the woes of the house of Pelops, the Trojan War, or a similar topic, he must either say it wasn't the work of a god, or if it was, find the kind of explanation we're looking for and show that the gods' acts were just and good and that the people be happy smiley. Iliad 24.527-32. Iliad 4.86, ff. The quotation from Aeschylus below is from a lost tragedy. Were helped by being punished. A poet must not say that in punishing people a god makes them miserable, but he may say that evil men are miserable because they need punishment and a god helps them by giving it. If our city is to be ruled by good laws, we must take every precaution to prevent our citizens from saying or hearing, in prose or in verse, that a god, being good, causes evil. That's pernicious, impious, and a self-contradiction. You vote for that law, Socrates. Then this, I said, is our first law and pattern for religious speech and writing: God is the cause only of good. A good and sufficient law it is too, he said. What about the second? Do you think God is a sorcerer who treacherously appears in different shapes, sometimes changing his form to appear to us in person and sometimes deluding us into thinking he does? Or is he simple and of all things the least likely to depart from his own form? Offhand I can't say, Socrates. Look at it this way: if a thing abandons its own form it must be changed either by itself or by something else. Necessarily. Aren't things in the best condition the least changed or moved by something else? Strong, healthy bodies least by diet and exercise, healthy plants by sun, wind, and similar 381 forces. Of course. And external influences least disturb or alter the courageous, intelligent soul. Yes. By the same reasoning, I suppose, all composite things, houses, furniture, or clothes, that are well made and in good condition are changed least by time and other influences. That's a fact, he said. So in every case a thing well formed by nature, art, or both accepts the least change from something else. It seems so. Surely God and the divine are in every way perfect. Of course. Then God would be the least likely to take different shapes in that way. But would he change or transform himself? Obviously, if he changes. Does he alter himself for the better or worse and become more or less beautiful? Necessarily for the worse, if he changes. We can hardly say God lacks beauty or excellence. Right, Dimantus? And since that is so, do you think anyone, God or man, would deliberately make himself in any way worse? Impossible, he said. Then it's impossible even for a god to want to change himself. Being as good and as beautiful as he can possibly be, each god remains simply and always in his own form. An absolute necessity, he said. Let no poet, therefore, tell us that the changeable gods take on shapes of strangers and travel from town to town. Footnote, Odyssey 17. 485–86. No lies about the transformations of Proteus and Thetis, no herald dragged into a poem or a play disguised as a priestess and begging alms for the life-giving sons of the Argive river Inachus, or any other lies of the kind. We can't let poets dupe mothers into frightening their children with perverse stories about the gods spooking around at night in outlandish shapes. Stories like that not only blaspheme the gods, they also make the children fearful. No, we can't permit it, he said. So it's not the gods' nature to change, I said, but maybe they use sorcery to delude us into thinking they do. Perhaps. Would a god want to lie by projecting a false appearance 382 in word or deed? I don't know. Do you know that both gods and men detest a true lie, if I may use the expression? What do you mean? Just that no one would willingly accept a lie in the most vital place about the most vital things. To have that there terrifies us more than anything. What where? He said. I still don't understand. That's because you think I mean something highfalutin. All I mean is that no one wants to be deceived and ignorant about reality in bis soul, to have a lie there instead of the truth. Everyone would hate that. They certainly would. I think I was right in calling that a true lie, ignorance in the soul of the deceived. A spoken lie is a kind of imitation of this state of the soul. It arises as an image of it after the fact and so is not an unadulterated lie. Isn't that so? Yes, he said. And both gods and men hate a true lie. I think they do. But spoken lies seem more useful than hateful, don't you think? They are like preventive medicine to use against enemies or to dissuade so-called friends from doing evil when madness or folly drives them to it. Lying is also useful for the storytelling we've been talking about, because we don't know the truth about ancient events. So we fabricate fictions as close to the truth as possible to make useful stories. Those are the uses of lying, all right. Well, how is it useful to God? Does he have to use fiction because he doesn't know the past? The idea is absurd. Then there's no lying poet in a god, I said. But maybe he fears an enemy or needs lies to your madness or folly in a friend. Never. The gods have no fear, nor do they love the foolish or mad. Then a god has no motive for lying at all. None whatsoever. So the spiritual and divine is in every way truthful. Absolutely. God, therefore, is absolutely simple and true in both word and deed. He doesn't change or deceive others, asleep or awake, with visions, words, or signs. 383. That's my opinion too, now that you've said it. Then do you agree that this is our second religious law and pattern? The gods shall not be represented as sorcerers who change their shapes or as liars who mislead us in word or deed. Yes. Then, Dimantus, I said, will admire Homer for many things, but not for making Zeus send a false dream to Agamemnon. Footnote, Iliad 2. 1-34. Degree the lines are from a lost play. Thetis's only child was Achilles. Nor will we admire Aeschylus when his Thetis tells how Apollo sang at her wedding and celebrated her happy progeny, be their long and happy lives, of illness free. He sang them and extolled my blessed fate, gratifying me. For I believed him, believed his deathless mouth could mouth no lie, the deep prophetic honey of his tongue. Yet he who sang that bridal song, he who spoke and feasted, he it is who now has killed my only child. Footnote, Carat Iliad 2. 1-34. Degree. The lines are from a lost play. Thetis's only child was Achilles. When a poet writes things like that, we'll indignantly prevent him from producing his play and forbid teachers to use it with children, so our guardians may grow up reverent and as nearly divine as humans can be. I fully agree with these pathems, he said, and I would treat them as laws. Book 3, such then, it seems, are the stories about gods that men 386 must hear or be prevented from hearing from childhood to make them honor the gods and their parents and value their love for each other. But how about making them brave? Mustn't they also be told stories that lessen their fear of death? Or do you think a man who fears death can ever be brave? No, by Zeus, I certainly don't. Adimantus, do you think a man who believes there are terrors in Hades will be fearless and choose to die in battle rather than be defeated and enslaved? No? Then it seems we'll have to supervise those who write about the afterlife too, I said, and ask them to commend Hades rather than rashly disparage it, because what they say is both untrue and harmful to our future fighters. Absolutely, he said. Then let's censor them, I said, beginning with verses like these: road rather follow a plough as the serf of a land hungry, indigent peasant than be king over all these exhausted dead. Footnote, the shade of Achilles to Odysseus in the underworld, Odyssey, D. Lest. The horrible house of Hades stand open, putrid and wide, abhorrent even to gods. Alas! So something remains even in Hades, a soul and a wraith deprived of its senses. He alone had sense, the others flitted as shades. His soul left his limbs and flitted to Hades, mourning its fate, abandoning manhood and youth. 387 Into earth his soul retreated like smoke, gibbering as it descended. As bats in the depths of an awesome cave flutter and squeak when one falls from the clump, so came the souls, squeaking and gibbering. We'll have to ask Homer and the other poets to pardon us for scratching all such lines, not that they're unpoetic or lack popular appeal. In fact, the more poetic they are, the more dangerous they become to men and boys who must be free and fear slavery worse than death. Absolutely, Socrates. We'll also have to throw out those terrible, terrifying underworld names, Cocytuses and Styxes, rivers of lamentation and hate, underground men, withering dead, and see other blood-curdling names designed to make people shudder. They may be good for something, but they make us shudder for our guardians, for fear that fear-induced fevers will melt them and make them soft. A well-placed fear too, he said. Should we reject them? Yes. Should poetry and speech use the opposite type? Clearly. What about pitiful laments of illustrious men, We'll have to reject them along with the others, he said. Let's see if we're right to do so, I said. Don't we say that a good man doesn't regard death as something terrible to another good man who's a friend, and so won't mourn for his friend's sake as though he had suffered something terrible? Yes. We also say that such a man is self-sufficient for a good life, distinguished from others in having the least need of others. If deprived of a son or a brother or money or anything else, therefore, he'll take the loss calmly and be the last to regard it as terrible. Correct. Then we'll rightly take these dirges away from notable men and give them to female characters, disreputable ones, and to inferior males, so that those we claim to be 388ing as their country's guardians will disdain to act like them. Right, he said. So again we'll ask a favor of Homer and the rest. Please don't make Achilles, a goddess's son, toss in sorrow for his friend, lying now on his side, now on his back, now on his stomach, then getting up and staggering along the beach of the barren sea, carrot or pouring black ashes on top of his behead, or executing any of the numerous variations on weeping and wailing that Homer presents. Kindly refrain from portraying Priam, descended from gods, as a suppliant, rolling in dung, calling each man by name, and especially from presenting Thetis or any other god as weeping and mourning her fate. Alas for my sorrow, blessed and accursed see Iliad the 24th of October 12. The following quotations are also from the Iliad, 18.23 to 24, 22.414 to 15, 18.54, 22.168 to 69, Zeus speaking of Hector pursued by Achilles, and 16.433 to 34. Of mothers. At least he should have the decency not to represent the greatest god so preposterously. Oh woe, to see with my eyes a beloved man pursued around the town. It tears my heart. And again, oh, that fate should decree my beloved Sarpedon to fall by the hand of Patroclus. If our young men take such nonsense seriously instead of deriding it as unworthy of the gods, they'll hardly consider it beneath their own dignity as mere mortals. They won't be ashamed and control themselves if they feel like speaking or acting that way themselves, and the slightest provocation will make them sing dirges and laments. Our argument just indicated that good men must refuse to carry on like that. Don't we have to stay with that conclusion till a better comes along? Absolutely, said Adimantus. Nor must they be fond of laughter. When someone gives way to violent laughter, it usually provokes an equally violent reaction. It seems so to me, he said. Then we'll reject scenes that show worthy people, much 389 less gods, overcome with laughter. Certainly. Your argument condemns more lines from Homer. Unquenchable laughter rose from the gods, as they watched Hephaestus bustle about. Call it my argument if you like, he said, but throw them be out. Again, truth must be highly esteemed. If we were right in saying that lying is useless to gods and only useful to men as a form of medicine, then clearly it should be allowed only to doctors. Clearly. Then it's fitting for the rulers, if anyone, to lie on account of enemies or citizens for the benefit of the state. The rest mustn't touch it. We'll say that for a citizen to lie to such sea rulers is as grave or an even graver offense than for a patient to lie about BIS bodily condition to BIS doctor or an athlete to BIS trainer, or for a sailor to lie to BIS captain about TB condition of TB spip and burr crew. Absolutely, be said. Any citizen, therefore, caught telling a lie in our city, of deed boast WBOR craftsman, dubba prop bet or beeler or joiner of planks, asterisk will be punished bed for introducing a deadly practice T-but can sink a city as fast as a spip. I agree, be said, if act follows word. Mustn't our young also be temperate? Certainly. And doesn't be popular definition of temperance stress obedience to rulers and being ruler yourself over to be plea issues of food, drink, and sex? I'd think so. So I'd think we'll approve to be statement Homer puts in Diamond's mouth, sit quietly, friend, and attend to my words, and oppas like to be one T but follows it. Be Akbian's advanced breaking Vela, silent, in fear of their leaders. Good. WB about wine sack. Dog-eyed and spicken beartedel and be lines T-but follow? Is it good to present such imperti 390 nents toward rulers in prose or in verse? Certainly not. It wouldn't be surprising if scenes like Tb's arouse a certain pleasure, but Tb'ry bardly suitable for filling Tb young whip self-control. Homer doesn't really promote temperance. W. Benby makes BIS wisest bureau say T but Tb best things in life are tables groaning whip food, cups brimming whip wine. Footnote. Carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. B and a not but call deep by starvation to be worst. His Zeus is no model of restraint either. W. Ben lust for Hero makes Bim forget all about to be plans bis devised T brow be sleepless sea nigts, double gods and mortals slept. He's so smitten. Footnote. Carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. Odyssey 17.383-84. Equally cryptic in Greek. It may mean, if our city becomes a rebti, or simply, if he puts his lie into practice. It doesn't follow in our text of Homer. The previous line is Fliad 4.412, B's 1 is made up of Iliad 3.8 and 4.431. The following quotation is Iliad 1.225, Achilles to Agamemnon. Footnote, carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. Odyssey is in Odyssey the 9th of August 10. The following quotation is Odyssey 12.342. 6:0 Book 3 at the sight of her that he wants to sleep with her right there on the ground. Never before, he says, has he faked such desire, not even before they were married, when they used to get together behind their parents' backs. Asterisk there are also scenes like the one where Hephaestus catches his wife in bed with ours. What do you think, Adimantus? By Zeus, he said, They seem most unsuitable to me. D. What about famous men speaking and acting with endurance against all odds? Should they be seen and heard? As when Odysseus struck his aist and rebuked his heart, bear up, old heart, you've endured fouler than this. They certainly should, he said. If we want our men to be above bribery and greed, I.e. said, they mustn't sing that gifts move gods, move awesome kings. And Phoenix, Achilles' old tutor, must not be admired for giving moderate advice when he tells his pupil to defend the Achaeans for gifts, but otherwise ding to his wrath. Footnote, carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. Degree we won't believe that Achilles could be so unworthy and avaricious as to accept gifts from Agamemnon 391 and refuse to return Hector's body without ransom. No, it's not right to admire that sort of thing. For Homer's sake I'm reluctant to say it, I said, but telling and believing such things against Achilles is impious. We mustn't believe that he said to Apollo, "You injured me, most pernicious of gods, and I'd fain pay you back if I be could." Footnote, carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. Footnote, carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. That he disobeyed the river, a god, and was ready to fight him, or that he cut off his locks, consecrated to the other river Spachias, saying these to Patroclus, to carry in death, and then gave them to the corpse. We must denounce as lies his dragging of Hector's body around Patroclus's tomb and his slaughter of captives on the funeral pyre. This scene is from Iliad 14.294, FLF. The following one is FFOM Odyssey 8.266-366. Footnote, carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. Odyssey 20.17-18. Footnote, carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. Degree Iliad 9.515-23. For the gifts below, see Iliad 19.278-81. The release of Hector's body is the main episode of Iliad 24. But Achilles is not greedy, as Plato alleges, and has little interest in the gifts. Iliad 22.15-20. The fight with the river occurs in Iliad 21.232, FLF. The dedication of the hair in 23.141-52, the dragging of Hector's corpse in 24.15-18, and the slaughter of the prisoners in 23-75-76. And keep our citizens from believing that Achilles, born of Ca goddess to Peleus, the most temperate of men and a grandson of Zeus, raised by Chiron, the wisest of centaurs, was so filled with confusion that he harbored two conflicting diseases, slavish greed and overbearing arrogance toward gods and men. You're right, Socrates. We must also, I said, reject stories of Theseus, Poseidon's son, and Perithous, son of Zeus, intent on foully abducting Helen and Persephone, and any other tales of divine sons daring the shocking, impious deeds falsely attributed to them now. Let's force the poets to deny the origin of either the deeds or the doers. They can't have both, or try to persuade our young that gods get evil and that heroes are no better than men. Such stories are both impious and false, because I think we proved that no evil can ever come from either gods. We certainly did, he said. They are also harmful to the listeners, because everyone will excuse his own evils if he's convinced that such things were and are done by those sprung from the gods and nearest to Zeus, their ancestral altars high upon Ida, whose veins still surge with the blood of gods. Footnote, carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. Footnote, carrot from a lost play of Aeschylus. Stories like that must cease, they'll breed an easy openness to depravity in our young. Now what kind is left? We've 392 considered stories about gods, spirits, heroes, and the dead. I suppose stories about people are the only kind left. Obviously, he said. But we can't deal with those yet, I said. Why not? Because I think we'd say that poets and writers are wrong about men in the most important things. They say that many be unjust men are happy while just ones are miserable, that crime undetected pays, and that justice is a personal injury, good for somebody's eyes. We'd prohibit all that and prescribe the opposite, don't you think? I know we would, he said. But if you agree with me in that, I'll say you've conceded see the whole point of our search. We can't decide the human stories until we discover what justice is like and show that it naturally profits its possessor whether he appears just or not. True. So much for subject matter then, Dimantus. Now, to make our examination complete, I suppose we have to consider style, so we'll not only know what should be told, but how. I don't understand that, he said. But you must, I said. Maybe this will make it easier. Isn't everything that a poet or a storyteller says a narration of things in the past, the present, or the future? What eyes could it be? And it can be narrated by simple narration, imitation, carrot, or both. You'll have to make that clearer too, he said. I seem to be a ridiculously unclear teacher. I'll have to ego at this like a poor speaker who can't explain the whole and so takes a part to illustrate what he means. Do you know the opening of the Iliad, where the poet says that Chryses asked Agamemnon to release his daughter and then, when Agamemnon got angry and refused, prayed to Apollo to 393 send a plague to the Greeks? Yes. Then you know that up to the words, he beseeched all the Achaeans, the two sons of Atreus most, the poet himself speaks. He doesn't try to bamboozle us into thinking that someone else is the speaker. But in what follows he speaks as though he himself were Chryses and tries to make us believe that the speaker is not Homer but an old priest. Almost the whole Iliad and Odyssey are narrated like that. Isn't this narration, both in the speeches and in the parts in between? Plato regards all art as imitation, but uses the term here in the narrower sense of impersonation, or direct speech, in poetry. Narration, or narrative, is used in two senses: reported speech and action without direct speech, simple narration, and all literary representation, whether or not it includes, or consists entirely of, direct speech. Iliad, the 15th of January 16. Yes. But when he presents a speech as though he were some see-body eyes, he'll make his own style as much like the speaker's as he can. So? Well, I said, making yourself like another person in voice or manner is an imitation of that person. So can't we say that in speeches Homer and other poets narrate by imitation? Yes. But when a poet avoids concealment, his poetry and narrative come out free of imitation. FLL show you how it works D, so you can't say again you don't understand. If Homer had said that Chryses came with ransom for his daughter and implored all the Achaeans, especially the two kings, and then continued as Homer and not as if he were Chryses, you know it wouldn't be imitation but simple narration. Here's what it would be like, without meter, because FM not much of a poet. The priest came and prayed that the gods might give them safety and the destruction of Troy, and begged them to reverence the god by releasing his daughter and accepting the ransom. The others consented in reverence, but Agamemnon grew angry and told him to leave and not to return, or eyes the ribbons and stall F of the god would not help him a bit. His daughter would not be released, he said, but would grow old with him back in Argos. He ordered him to leave and not to provoke him, if he wished to get home 394 unharmed. In fear and silence the old man withdrew, called on Apollo by his names, and reminded him of past favors, sacrifices and temples he had built. In return for which he prayed to the god to avenge his tears on the Achaeans with his arrows. That, my friend, I said, is simple narrative without imitation. B. I understand, he said. Then understand that the opposite style occurs when you take out the parts in between and leave only the speeches. I understand that that's how tragedy works. Right, Dimantus, and now I think I can make clear what I couldn't before. Poetry and storytelling may consist entirely of imitation, in tragedy and comedy, as you say, of direct recitation by the poet, as in most lyric poetry, or of 64 Suk 3 both, as in epic and many other genres, if you understand what I mean. Yes, now I get what you wanted to say. Now remember, I said, we said we'd decided what the poets should write and must now examine how. I remember, D. Well, this is what I was trying to say. We must decide whether to allow our poets to narrate with pure imitation, with mixed imitation, and if so, which parts should be which, or with no imitation at all. Carrot, I've got a feeling that you're going to see whether we should allow tragedy and comedy in our city, Socrates. Could be, I said. And it could be more than that too, I don't know yet myself. We'll just let the argument carry us along like a breeze. Well said, he replied. E'en now, Adimantus, consider whether our guardians should be imitators. Or does this follow what we said earlier, that one man can pursue only one pursuit well, and if he attempts many he'll bungle them all and be outstanding at none? Of course it does. Isn't it the same with imitation? One person can imitate one thing well, but not several. Yes. 395. If one man can't even do well in two types of imitation as closely related as the writing of tragedy and comedy seems to be, he'll hardly be able to imitate many things and at the same time do well in some worthwhile pursuit. Didn't you just call both tragedy and comedy imitations? Yes, and you're right, the same man can't write both. An actor can't be a reciter too, or perform in both be tragedy and comedy. Carrot, isn't that all imitation? Yes. Carrot I.E. With only direct speech, drama, direct speech connected by narration, epic, the modern novel, or straight narrative with no direct speech. Plato's dialogues belong either to the mixed das, the Republic, or to the pure, the two classes that Socrates, and Plato, bans from the city.